Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Courtroom Files Live. Happy Wednesday. If all goes according to plan, we'll have a trial with Judge Fleischer today, but let's start our day with Judge Simpson.
It's a jar part of a trial. You understand by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
Doing this voluntarily?
I'm sorry.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
and of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court has been provided and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 24-21-202. Any objection to the court having reviewed the report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Is what? 23rd. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report and determination of prosecutors deferred. Sentencing in this matter will be
May 14th.
May 14th, 2025, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Fine, we'll continue.
Conference room. Okay.
Court does call the case People versus Najee Kahala.
Echelon, the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Dan Garrett on behalf of Najee Kahala, who's standing to my right. Najee, can you identify yourself?
Najee Kahala.
All right.
Here we're set this morning for pre-trial. There's not in this case. Please discharge the prosecutor's report.
That's correct, Your Honor. My client has filled twice. Thank you.
May I have him sworn?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name.
Najee Kahala.
Sir, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of assault and or assault and battery. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail, $500 plus court costs. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Two things about it I have to make sure you understand. The first thing is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Basis of no contest plea.
Civil liability, Your Honor.
May I have him sworn? I did. Oh, you're right. So, sir, to that charge, how do you plead?
No contest, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that by pleading no contest, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You signed an advice of rights form today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Look at paragraph 5. Those are your rights which are part of a trial. You understand by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form.
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody promise you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, Your Honor.
You're doing this voluntarily
Yes, Your Honor.
and of your own free will.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court likewise in the previous case has been handed and has reviewed Pittsfield Township Department of Public Safety report for their case number 24-21-202. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule?
People are satisfied.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to this charge. Defendant is referred to probation for a pre-sentence investigation and report. Sentencing will be
May 14th.
May 14th, 2025, 9 a.m. Bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Court does call the case of the People versus Lisa Keebler.
Echelon, the people.
Morning, Your Honor. John Bagman on behalf of Ms. Keebler. Madam, may Ms. Londi and I approach
Yes.
briefly?
Okay, well, he's muted. Good morning again, everybody. Welcome to the Courtroom Files Live. now with 75% less power outages, at least we hope. Yesterday was a mess. At least we got through voir dire. I have no idea who actually made the jury, not that they would have shown that on camera anyways, but we're back up and running, and yeah. Let's go say good morning to Judge McNally while Judge Simpson is still away from the bench.
They're going to dismiss the defective equipment, which is file B, and then, as I understand it, you're going to plead, can I see the misload? Responsible to the misload 2 axles with agreed upon fines and costs of $400. Well, you're going to plead to misload 1 axle, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, you're authorized to enter these pleas on behalf of the company?
Yes,
To the charge of misload on 8447, 1 axle, responsible or not responsible?
responsible,
And to the charge of overweight on 25B1481148, responsible or not responsible?
responsible,
I'm going to accept the pleas, dismiss the defective equipment, dismiss the misload 2 axles, assess fines and costs on 148447 in the amount of $400, which are due by May the 25th. And then I'm going to assess fines and costs on the overweight per the agreement of the parties in the amount of $1,900 with agreed upon, I'm sorry, and with the balance due by May the 25th as well. Any,
no, thank you, Judge. Nice to
have
see
a
you.
great day, and the defective equipment, again, for the record, is dismissed.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye now.
See you soon. Sharp.
People against Doyle, Austin J. Doyle, 25I414826. Could I also have Kevin Lee Batts up here? I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. You are, sir. Come on up here. Mr. Doyle, your file's 25I414826. Mr. Batts, yours is 25B148440. Sir, can you move over to your right just ever so slightly? Yes, sir. Mr. Batts, come on back up there. I just want you both by the microphone. Mr. Doyle, tell me your name, please.
Austin J. Doyle.
Mr. Batts?
Kevin Lee Botts.
I'm sorry, Batts, okay. You're charged with driving on a suspended from April 4th of 25, incident date. You're charged with driving on a suspended with an incident date of April 1. Each of you have the right to a lawyer. Here's your option. I can send you out. State tells me I have to appoint you a lawyer. You can go out and get your lawyer, talk to your lawyer, and come back in front of me today after he or she talks with the prosecutor. Or if you want, it's up to you. I can be glad to do that. I can go ahead and arraign you, explain the charge, the possible penalties, and your rights. I can enter a not guilty plea for you, and you can go talk to the prosecutor. And if the prosecutor doesn't give you what you want, well, then you can come back in here and tell me, Judge, I want a court-appointed lawyer. If you can't afford your own. Does that make sense, Mr. Doyle?
Yes, yes, sir.
Do you want to have a lawyer, or do you want me to arraign you?
I don't think I need a lawyer.
You waive your right to a lawyer? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Botts? It's up to you.
I like it.
Okay, no problem. You don't have to apologize for it. Go out in the hallway. He'll set you up with a lawyer. Either way, you're coming back in front of me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle, on April 4 of 25, it is alleged that you did operate a motor vehicle with a suspended license in the township of Groseal on East River near Elba at 5:46 p.m. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to $500 in fines, 93 days jail, costs, or all of those penalties. 2 points will be assessed. Your vehicle could be or might have to be immobilized depending upon your record. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
John, do we have those hearing aids for that other gentleman? If you can find them before he comes back, that would be great.
I can look for him.
Did you sign this advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read it?
Yes.
Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you're giving up all those rights, and we are not going to have a trial of any kind, either by judge or jury. You're waiving the presumption of innocence. You're waiving the requirement that they prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to enter a not guilty plea. I'll indicate that you stand mute. I'm going to give you a $500 personal bond. And here are your bond conditions. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance, and you must appear in court as directed. Personal bond, $500. You don't have to post any money. You go talk to the prosecutor. She's I find her very reasonable, and if she doesn't give you what you want, you can come back in here and tell me, Judge, I'm gonna hire my own lawyer.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but Judge Fleischer is now live, so let's go there because this is very much going to be a Judge Fleischer day if this goes according to plan.
Judge, I think you just ran down it, but.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, go for it.
Judge, this is Nunley on page 26.
Good morning, Ms. Nunley. Ma'am, you're charged with unlawful carrying of a weapon. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 16th, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, an officer observed a vehicle driving over 30 miles per hour in a school zone by pacing the vehicle and officer's patrol car. The officer conducted a traffic stop. The defendant was the driver and the sole occupant and was ID'd by their Texas driver's license and AFIS fingerprints. The officer approached the vehicle and observed an odor of marijuana emitting from the vehicle. The officer discovered a backpack on the floorboard. The defendant stated the backpack belonged to her. The officer observed 2 small bags of a green leafy substance, one weighing 0.27 ounces and the other one weighing 0.075 ounces. The officer then located a small semi-automatic handgun in the backpack.
Nunley, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. Can you run her license, please? See if she has a valid license.
Yes.
Nunley.
Yes, you currently working on getting access to that. Very journalistic yourself.
Ms. Nunley, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. While this case is open, I'm ordering you not to be in possession of a weapon. Do you understand? This, yes or no? This is your bond condition. If you violate these conditions, a warrant for your arrest will be issued. You will go into custody. No more PR bonds. Do you understand? Do you have the ability to hire a lawyer, man? Deputy Miranda can give you an application. I'll have you fill it out and I'll take a look to see whether you qualify. I need to know everything about you and then we'll take a look. If you do, we'll provide you a lawyer today. For now, I'll have you go to Victoria, sign a reset, and then we'll have you take a seat in the first pew back there where you fill out the application, man. We file conditions, no weapons, please.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to skip over that?
Who is it? Is that the only other arraignment?
Yes, the council is not.
I get it. Who is it?
Top of page 2.
I'm gonna see if I can call. That's Eddie. Okay. Yeah, we'll wait. Hi, Joe. You need- Yeah, of course.
It's the one from Monday that you emailed Chief Guys on Aiden Martinez. We're trying to get a response on the mitigation, so you emailed, whoever's on.
Guys, have you heard anything on Martinez?
Aiden Martinez. We submitted a mitigation packet, waiting on a response from Chief Guys.
Okay.
Or PTI. Yep, there's nothing in the notes that she probably hasn't answered.
Yes.
Do you want me to stand down or do you want me to? I just.
Guys, so I guess as soon as he gets back, we'll start up.
Judge, can we have one that was set for arraignment yesterday? That was with the so we issued a warrant. He's here.
Okay, we can do that now. Are you? Alexis?
I have it. Is this,
Joe's? Yeah.
I'm emailing Judge Dashcam, Your Honor.
Do you have anywhere else to go?
Yes, I can come back, Judge.
Please.
Okay, thanks.
For the case number?
Yeah.
The case number is 2560085. Pipkin, come on up.
2560085.
Yes. Yes, come on up.
Yeah, you had. All right, stand right here in front. Stand by your pocket.
Mr. Pipkin?
I know, sir.
So you're charged with theft. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 14th, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, an officer viewed a theft in progress at a Walgreens store. The complaining witness advised the officer that the defendant was leaving in a motor vehicle and that he grabbed several items of merchandise and passed all points of sale without paying for them. The complaining witness showed the officer a photo of the defendant as he was walking out of the store with 2 boxes. The officer followed the motor vehicle and observed it stop at a gas station. The officer observed the defendant as the driver of the motor vehicle and recognized him from the photo shown by the complaining witness. The officer observed a passenger of the vehicle and observed the merchandise from the store on the floorboard between her legs. The Air Slim headphones that were taken were in the backseat of the motor vehicle in plain view. The complaining witness stated she observed the defendant come into the store, grab the headphones, and walk out of the store, passing all points of sale. The complaining witness stated the female individual with the defendant grabbed a basket, filled it with several items, and walked out, passing all points of sale without any attempt to pay for the items.
Wait, so she did as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we have a co-defendant.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that's the case.
I heard yesterday, or the day before, maybe Monday.
Okay.
I should have scared.
So the female individual with the defendant grabbed a basket, filled it with several items, and walked out, passing all points of sale without making any attempt to pay for the items. And the complaining witness stated that in total, the female defendant walked out with $388.78 worth of merchandise. And the defendant in this case walked out with $43.28 of merchandise for a total loss of $432.04.
Sir, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to go to any Walgreens. Do you understand? They have your picture there. So as soon as you walk in, you're going to have about 15 eyes looking all over you every single time you go back. Do you understand me? Do you get what I'm saying? Anytime you go there, you're going to have 15 cameras, eyes all over you. As it stands now, don't go back while this case is open. I don't want you to have contact with the complaining witness in this case. Do you understand? If I have to put you in jail, it's going to be at a high bond. No more PR bonds. You missed court yesterday. I will reinstate your bond today, but this is the last time.
I'm on side of it. I am on side of it.
Keep taking it. Don't pick up any new cases. Do you understand? I'm not asking for much, Mr. Pipkin. I'll provide you a lawyer today. Then we'll have you talk to them here momentarily, okay? Do not leave until you sign our bond conditions. Otherwise, I will issue a warrant. You understand? Can you file those conditions, please? All right, I'm going to have you go, Deputy Miranda. We'll have you sign a reset, and then we'll have you take your seat there. Okay. Damn, he needs a coffee.
That's it.
Where is Ray back there?
They just walked out. Oh.
We see these in the hall direction. Happy to help.
Oh, thanks, Sean.
Well, excuse me, go to talk and all of a sudden I'm choking up. Anyways, while he's between things, good morning again, everybody. Welcome to the Courtroom Files Live. It looks like this trial today is going to be a go. So we will hang with that until the testimony and closing arguments and everything is complete, no matter how long that takes. If it's a situation afterwards where the jury's out for like a long time, we'll have to determine then how long we hang around. But we'll definitely stick with it for the entire trial portion at least.
Sorry.
Sending a message to my sister.
Hey, take not too much time.
What?
Yes.
To go through the PMI. I'm just meeting a supervisor. Remember the outcome from yesterday? So they said they're not able to make them tomorrow, but
He gets a PR bomb today.
I'll
Are you gonna do an opening?
I think I'll wait it.
You're gonna wait it? Okay. So we'll bring jury in now and let's just get started, huh? You ready? Everybody ready? Okay, guys, we're going to start trial. If you need to talk, please go outside. If you need to use your phone, please go outside. No talking while we're on the record. Oh, yeah.
She's here somewhere with all her stuff. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Inventory. I don't know if I'm holding back.
Yes.
Okay. Don't see that, don't forget. Just like that. Great.
Not yet. Let me make sure we get the interpreter first.
He's coming through.
Everybody, make sure all cell phones are off silent, all cell phones off silent.
No.
I pushed those to Joe's instructions to do so. This one would actually.
Victoria. Vic, did we get, what's your name? For,
No, I didn't see the sheet.
Oh, good.
We're just getting where it's back.
all right, you ready? All right, bring the jury in, please. Thanks.
Hmm?
You can bring your cell phone. We're taking no stuff. Be our bond for this, right? Yeah. Okay.
We've had a bunch of people just join us. For those of you just joining us who aren't sure what's going on, Judge Fleischer is about to start a trial. They're just waiting for the jury to come in. In the now almost 7 months that this channel has been active, this is only the second trial he's actually been able to do in his court. So rare occurrence for him. So we're going to follow this today, and I'm still monitoring other courtrooms. I've got 8 other courtrooms up, and we'll switch if appropriate, if they take breaks or whatnot. But for the most part, we'll just be with Judge Fleischer today.
Okay. Everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for coming back. We didn't scare you off or you run away. We will try to be as efficient as possible because I know that your time is valuable. So with that, both sides will be afforded the opportunity to provide an opening. State. Floor is yours.
Morning, guys. Thank you all so much for coming in this morning. What we have here today is a simple case. Thank you. What we have here today is a simple case. On October 6, 2024, Officer Metter, where you're from, at a traffic stop. Makes traffic stop, goes to the gas station, notices signs of intoxication, and then begins an investigation. After that investigation, he concludes or he believes that the defendant is intoxicated. He takes the defendant to the station. The test is performed there, showing the defendant is intoxicated. All of this I will show to you, and after that, I will ask you to find the defendant. All I ask is that you stay with me. At the end, I promise you, I will make the trial very simple. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Bench, would you like to?
I think so, Judge.
Okay. What's yours?
State told you this case is very simple. Officer sees car, pulls it over, sees signs of intoxication, does test, boom, intoxicated, here we are. Right? That's what the state wants you to believe. What the state didn't tell you is what you're going to hear about why the stop happened. You're not going to hear an exact speed. You're not going to hear anything from that officer that tells you any kind of traffic violation was committed. That's what you're not going to hear. You're also not going to hear what his blood alcohol was at the time he was driving. You're not going to hear that because they don't know that. You heard it. They stop him, they take him to the station, they do a test. The test is done well after the fact while he was driving. What the state will fail to show you and cannot show you is what his blood alcohol content was at the time he was driving. Not at the time he did his test, but at the time he was driving. That's an extremely important fact for you all to remember. You're not going to hear that. Not a single state witness is going to be able to give you that fact. And at the end of it all, after you hear all the evidence, after you see everything with your own eyes, we believe that the state will fail to meet its burden and that a not guilty verdict will be rendered. Thank you.
Vasquez? Okay. State, you want to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Michael Metter to the stand.
Please.
Your Honor, the witness has not been sworn in.
Okay, sir, if you mind coming on up and raising your right hand, please. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Any testimony you give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please take a seat. I'm going to ask you to please speak loudly, clearly. If you hear the word objection, just stop until we've addressed it, and then you may continue this. Okay?
All objection rules.
That's okay. You've got a microphone there, so if you want to bring it up close, be loud.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge, the mic is not on.
I'm scared to turn it on because it always goes wacko. You want to, let's see if we can go without it at first, and then if not, then I'll fidget with it. Okay, please.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please say your full name for the record?
Like already done.
And what do you do for work?
Houston police officer,
How long have you been doing that?
7 years.
Can you briefly describe the training that you had for that?
It was a 6-month academy course, and an additional 6-month of field training. And then after that, you have yearly training for more mandatory. Right.
Do you have any specialized training?
Yes, outside of the academy's SST or standardized field sobriety test training, I also took the ARRAIGMents course, which is the advanced roadside and area driving enforcement.
What did you do in that course?
That is an additional refresh course for the field sobriety tests. It also teaches a few other tests like the Romberg balance, finger to nose, and lack of conversions. It also gives a little bit of baseline knowledge for what else can cause things such as HTM or where baseline stagnants to be elementary problem.
And you mentioned field sobriety tests. What are field sobriety tests?
Field sobriety tests are a set of tests by NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, to establish whether or not someone is impaired while driving.
What are those tests?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus, also known as HDN, walk and turn up, or you'll often see it produced at WAT, and one leg stand or OLS.
What is the HGN issue?
So horizontal gaze nystagmus is a test of a person's eyes. Gaze nystagmus is an involuntary jerk of the eye caused by presence inhalants or such demands that.
What are the parts of that test?
It's a series of passes for the eye. First couple of passes are testing. You're looking to see whether or not the eye is tracked at the same pace or if they have equal sides. It's not a clue, but it's a good baseline. The next one's a lack of smooth pursuit. This is your first actual clue. Beyond that, the next one goes to onset, or I'm sorry, distinct and sustained nystagmus, extreme deviation, meaning you're holding the stimulus all the way out to the side, and having them focus on the stimulus for no less than 4 seconds to greater than 30. And then the last clue is onset prior to 45 degrees. It's a way of seeing how much alcohol is in somebody's system based on how early the nystagmus sets in. There's one last set of passes for vertical. Vertical is not a clue, but it's an indicator of how much alcohol that person's had for themselves.
And you mentioned the walk and turn test.
Yes.
What is that test?
Walk and turn, most people have seen it performed online or on TV. It's the heel to toe test, where you have somebody stand in a given position, arms to the side, right foot in front of left touch heel to toe. You give them a series of instructions to take 9 steps down the line, a series of small steps around and return the same line 9 goes.
And then you mentioned one last test, the one leg stand test. What is that test?
One leg stand test is often looks like just a balance test. You have your arms down to your side, your foot up off the ground with a straight leg, you're looking at your foot and counting. Both of those tests are considered divided attention tests, so you're required to think and do at the same time, which for a non-impaired person should be normal.
And so after you complete each of those tests, what are you able to tell at the end?
The tests aren't pass or fail, they're a collection of clues based off the clues that you get for each test. You can judge someone's impairment. Most officers are looking for alcohol. It can also be other drugs. Generally you have other factors.
Do you recall October 6th? Do you recall October 6th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you on shift that night?
I was.
And how did you come to be involved in the incident we are here for today?
Trying to perform a traffic stop on that.
Yeah. Ron, forget you want now.
Down for
Okay, we got water.
Your Honor, would you let me to wait just a second for that water to come before you stop? Your Honor, may I approach? Please. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is the dash cam footage from my vehicle.
How do you know it's that?
I reviewed it earlier today, signed for it.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the events that
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would request that State's Exhibit 1 be admitted to evidence.
Just tender, please, to defense so they can take a look at it for any
Tendering state.
victims.
I'm tendering State's Exhibit 1 to defense.
I have no objection, Judge.
Okay, it'll be admitted as states one. You said that's the dash cam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, did you want to go ahead and publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please do so. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have two TVs. We have this one and this one. Feel free to take a look at whichever.
All right, Officer.
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
This is the dash cam view from
I'm sorry, what was that?
the dash cam view from my police purchase.
And what is the dash cam?
It's a camera mounted inside the vehicle, tracks audio, pairs to your body cam, and tracks the.
I'm playing video. I am pausing the video at 10 seconds. Officer Meadow, what did we just see?
That was a silver Malibu that passed through the intersection of Southwest and West Belford.
And what did you notice about that vehicle?
It appeared to be going a little fast. It was the only vehicle on the road that night. And based on the speed related with the intersection, decided to go after it. See what else. See what there's going to be.
And what is the posted speed limit on that road?
35 miles.
Is that road in Harris County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
I'm playing the video at 10 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 35 seconds. Officer Meta, what are you doing?
I'm trying to catch up to the people, the Malibu. The taillights that you see just under the trees are that Malibu.
I'm playing the video at 35 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 1 minute and 0 seconds. And Officer Meta, after you catch up to him, what are you doing then?
So once I get up to enough speed to catch up to him, I pace him for a brief period of time to see my travel speed versus his travel speed. So by keeping the same distance, I can judge that if I'm not gaining on him, I'm not going faster than he is. And if he's not coming back toward me, he's not slowing down.
You said pacing. You explained that a little bit, but can you generally explain what that is?
Matching somebody's.
And did you successfully match his speed during this?
Yes, or his brake lights that second time I'm following him for probably several hundred yards of that.
And what speed was that?
You can't see on this version of the Dashcam because it doesn't have the graph view to it, but about 64 miles.
And again, what was the posted speed limit in that area?
30.
And so is that speed greater or less than 35 miles?
It is 30 miles.
And then we mentioned pacing. Was your speedometer calibrated that day correctly?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
The vehicle is calibrated by our fleet coordinator, and it's also calibrated with the dash cams.
Do you need a quick break, officer?
That would be better.
I'm playing the video at 1 minute and 0 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 1 minute and 22 seconds. And also, before I say anything about this part, just want to go back briefly. You said calibrated. What does calibrated mean?
It's measured and considered accurate for the vehicle that you're traveling.
So this part of the video, officer, what are you doing here specifically?
I'm reading his license plate, you are on it. Check the registration.
And what did that check change?
This was done in October of 2024, the registration expired in November of 2020.
And so when you saw that, what did you decide to do?
Wait for the next large parking lot to pull over.
And is that what you did?
Yes.
I'm playing the video at 1 minute and 22 seconds. I'm stopping video at 1 minute and 38 seconds. All right, so officer, you, at this point, you made the traffic stop, correct?
Yes.
And where was that traffic stop made at?
Circle K over here. Same thing.
Is that also in Harris County, Texas?
Yes.
And before you make that traffic stop, will we see that street? Is that a public roadway?
Yes.
So you get to the gas station and you make the traffic stop. What do you do next?
Approach the vehicle.
And when you approach the vehicle, who was driving the vehicle? And when you say the defendant, can you please point out for the record and identify an article of clothing that the defendant is wearing?
It was currently dressed in a gray button.
Your Honor, the state requests that the record reflect the officers identified the defendant.
Okay, it will so reflect.
So you approach the defendant's vehicle, what do you do after that?
Like on any track stop request, form of identification, inform them of the reason for the stop.
Without getting into the details of the identification, were you able to determine his name?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Of the year ago, let's say. Pardon my pronunciation.
Was there anyone else in?
No one else.
So it's fair to say that he was the driver of the vehicle.
Yes.
And then what did you notice about him when you first knew?
Upon my initial interaction with him requesting information, he had droopy eyes, glossy eyes, and being odor of alcohol in the vehicle itself. Other than that, it appeared he was sleeping.
And so what did you do after that?
I requested Spanish speaking officer.
And those things that you noticed, you said about the defendant, what were those indicative of?
Generally indicate someone's been drinking, doesn't necessarily mean intoxicated at that point, but they at least had some form of alcohol.
And so what did you decide to do after that?
Wait for the Spanish speaking officer, conduct our criminal history checks, waiting to see if there's any warrant return or anything like that. When the Spanish speaking officer gets there, proceed with the legal guidance.
You want to remain on approach?
Please.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2, correct one.
I do.
What is it?
It's not really working.
How do you know that?
I've reviewed it earlier.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the events so reported?
Yes.
I'm tendering State's Exhibit 2 to Defense Counsel for inspection.
Anyway, approach, Your Honor.
Okay, so just when you get there, mute it or turn the sound down. Mhm. You redacted.
Okay.
So let's play this. And then in the interim, if you can get a copy, a redacted copy, we'll put that in the record.
Okay.
Submit that to the record. So I'll admit this, subject to well, I'll admit a redacted one into the record. We'll view this one for purposes of now, but if you can ask IT to get a redacted one or something. Or however. But I don't want to do redact it now because I don't want to just have them sitting waiting. Let's do it while we're on break or something. Yeah, but we'll put the redacted copy.
And we can put that on the record outside the process of the jury.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. You know at what time it is, right?
That's what I was talking about. Okay.
Just, do you know the timestamp? Okay, so just let him know if you don't know that one. Perfect. Yeah, yeah, of course.
There's been published days in between.
Please.
And no objection, subject to.
Right, okay. So as far as my notes, I'm putting redacting.
Before I begin, officer, what are we seeing here?
The perspective from my body here, like.
And what are you and the other officers doing at this point?
Right, I see. And it's,
I'm pausing the video at 8 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 13 seconds.
Your audio?
that's for trying to.
I'm playing the recording again from 0 seconds.
So I know because he doesn't speak a whole lot of English, but no, the reason for the stop, he's traveling 64 miles an hour and 35, and his registration expired November of last year.
La razón que te paramos es porque estabas manejando 64 millas por hora en un lugar donde tienes que estar manejando 3. También tu registro estaba vigilando el año pasado.
Sí, sí. Where's he coming from?
¿Dónde es?
De la casa. Vivo justo
¿De la casa?
sí,
¿Dónde vives? ¿Cómo?
this foot going straight.
He says he's coming from home. 10-4. ¿De a dónde vas?
I'm stopping the video at 1 minute and 20 seconds. Officer, what are you doing?
Establishing some of the basic information, address and phone number, and now we're asking kind of, the preliminary question, where are you coming from, where are you going, what did you do when you were there, that kind of thing.
Are you noticing anything at this time?
In this particular case, because you speak Spanish, I can't tell Spanish slurred words and like that was severe, so I didn't speak to that. But the more he continues to talk, the stronger the oath about all of this.
I'm playing the video at 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Entonces, apenas llegamos y repartimos lo que tenía que mudarse porque estábamos siempre tienes un cuido y vamos a ver right now. Entonces, ya there was just like, you say he was helping us.
So he's coming from Cleveland or he's coming from South
También el
Carolina?
apartamento viene de Cleveland. Vamos a estudiar, pero me lo dejamos de Cleveland a él, ¿no? Que viene para acá porque aquí se me hace más para más. Oh, so he's saying he came to Cleveland, he goes up here first, he's trying out, we can't go down here because the gas is cheaper. And
Stopping the video at 2 minutes. I'm muting the video for purposes previously discussed with council. I'm stopping the video at 2 minutes and 44 seconds. And I am turning the volume turn back up for purposes of the.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm turning the volume back on the video for the purpose of the jury being able to hear.
Belford and the other one that gets there in West Belford to come over here.
¿por qué pasa tanto poco? Eso primero, no. Es que yo fui con él a dejar su esposa, entonces no viene de la casa. Oh, no, yo digo de un amigo, que tenía que mudarse a mi esposa, entonces yo le digo a él. Porque cuando primero le conté, le estaba preguntando de dónde venía. Oh, no, por eso le digo. Okay, so now he's saying, so now he said like, he was originally coming from the Sunshine, he was never coming from the Rock.
Okay, well, where does his friend live?
Donde es su amigo. O mi amigo, mi prima, West Belford?
Yeah, where?
So he's saying his friend is West Belford.
Where else, Belford?
I'm pausing the video at 3 minutes and 32 seconds. So, officer, we see you're asking a couple different questions here. What's kind of the purpose of those questions?
I'm comparing his initial statement coming from Cleveland to his now statement, I just left my friend's house. Establishing direction of travel lights on that side of town, because originally he stated he was on our side of town for gas from Cleveland is quite a distance.
So, what does that tell you?
Inconsistencies usually mean somebody's trying to not necessarily conceal something, sometimes it's malicious and they wish to conceal. Sometimes they're just confused or they have inaccuracies because they're not, they're not cognitively fair enough to keep a consistent statement or verify where they're doing to and from.
I'm playing the video at 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
¿Cómo se llama el descanso? ¿Qué están ahí? ¿Están haciendo grande la persona? Oh, es que están mudando ellos. Porque fue por la clima o de clima, no, de clima, no. So we were completely for the.
Okay. So he's helping them move.
Yeah.
All right, were they doing any drinking while they were moving?
Están diciendo, están tomando, no, ¿verdad?
Okay. He had anything to do? Como was that time he had something to drink?
Cuando se lo llevan se tomó temprano como a las 5, Si no se it says early 5 to 6 p.m. ¿Cierto? Y se dice, bueno, de aquí también, no normal. ¿Cuál es la normal? No sé, creo que es así, como media o no. Sí, o sea, just, ¿botella o lata? Cans. ¿Ya qué hora fue su última bebida? Ya está, no más con a las 6.
I'm pausing the video at 4 minutes and 49 seconds. So officer, the last couple of questions we saw that you just asked there. Did you notice anything about those statements? Or
They're a little inconsistent. I didn't have anything to drink, and then I had something to drink at 5 or 6 p.m. At the time to stop was about 2 o'clock at that point.
does that tell you anything?
In most indication, trying to conceal, if not that they had anything, just the level of which they consumed that day.
I'm playing the video at 4 minutes and 49 seconds.
Bueno, yo fue a dice la haciendo like 5, a mí qué comió, como flaquita, como tacos, free tacos. Y a qué los tomó, a mí a qué los comer. Oh, hace un poco una hora y media. So they ate about an hour and a half ago. Yo me la voy a
Has he had any surgery recently on his hands, legs, or feet?
cirugías en sus piernas, caderas, no. Usa contactos.
Pausing the video at 5 minutes and 26 seconds. Officer, that last question we heard that you asked, what was the purpose of that question?
It's to get an understanding whether or not somebody would have issues walking, standing, performing sort of any emotion required for the 2 SMCs that require balance.
And what was his answer to
He
that?
said no.
I'm playing the video at 5 minutes and 26 seconds.
Lentes, no. ¿Tiene problemas en la casa? Como se ha lastimado la casa? No. So he hasn't had any surgeries yet, he doesn't wear glasses or contacts.
Medication?
¿Toma medicamento? No. No medication. Hasn't had any head injuries at all.
Okay. Why did he have his driver's license yet?
¿Por qué no tiene licencia de manejo? O por qué?
You want to maybe approach?
Sure.
Is this on the record?
I can't even hear you. I don't know what.
Can I just, with defense counsel?
Sure. Another redaction? Yeah. Okay. So same thing. Okay, just make note of the timestamp so that later when we do, yeah, okay.
I am resuming the video without audio for the jury at 5 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 6 minutes and 14 seconds. And I am playing the video with sound for the jury at 6 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah. Parece.
I'm trying to fix them. Feet together, arms down to sides. You're gonna look at the red light. Keep your eyes and eyes open.
I'm pausing the video at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Officer, can you tell me what you're doing here?
This is the beginning of the horizontal gaze nystagmus test. I had him trying to face away from the roadway, so there's nothing moving behind him. And he's just got a building behind that. I'm using a pin light with my finger on this. It's not too bright. And that's just so it gives him something to focus on, as opposed to saying, follow my finger, follow this end of my pen. The red light makes a very apparent, symbol for somebody to look at.
And we've already established you may not understand English very well. How are you communicating with him, just for the record, to ensure that he understands your instructions on this test?
The other officer, Officer Ruiz, has been translating for me. As I give the instructions, he's going to translate for him.
And you just said, you kind of explain how you had him turn, why you had him turn that direction, but why is that important?
Things like strobing lights or vehicles passing by can kind of trick the eye into giving a false positive for the nystagmus. If you're told to follow something with your eyes should be smooth, but if somebody then moves behind it, the natural reaction for a person is to look at that moving item and go back to the thing they're focusing on. So it'll give you a false positive, and we're looking to eliminate false positives.
I'm playing the video at 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
You're gonna fall without turning your head. Yes, sir. Yeah. What I'm gonna do is just, take it. I'll be back in a few minutes. Right.
Solamente los ojos, no la cabeza. ¿Entendió?
Sí.
I'm pausing the video at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Officer, you explained the HGN test in depth earlier, but just kind of refresh your memory, what are you looking for?
So the first two passes, again, they're just making sure as I do move the same pace with each other, they just have different side pupils that indicate head trauma, that kind of thing. The next two passes are done the same way, from the nose out, approximately 2 seconds, and back to the other side. Instead of twice per eye, you're seeing, now you're looking for whether or not the eyes are jerking while they move, or whether it's smooth. So that clue's called lack of 20%.
And are you seeing that clue here?
Yes.
And again, are we able to see that on the video? Or?
Yes.
I'm playing the video at 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
Not me, but right. We're gonna restart that one.
I'm pausing the video at 8 minutes. Officer, why did you ask him to restart that one?
He continued to look down away and then back at me instead of us.
And why is that important that you did that?
This particular clue is called distinct and sustained nystagmus maximum deviation, meaning I have to bring it all the way out to the edge of his vision and hold it for a minimum of 4 seconds. If he doesn't continue to look at it, I can't count that clue because he's not looking at the stimulus term.
And are you seeing that clue at this time?
Yes.
I'm playing the video at 8 minutes.
Yeah. Look at that. Don't want to go that way. Are you United States?
Cabeza recta y la vamos
Pause the video at 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Officer, we just heard you correcting and say, don't look past it. What is that? What are you doing there?
When you're doing field sobriety tests, you're asking somebody to look at something that's approximately 15 inches from their face. You can tell when somebody's eyes shift and their gaze looks down the way or it'll focus slightly out past you. So it's easy to tell when somebody's not looking at the red lights right there.
And why is that important?
Again, by holding out maximum deviation, you're looking for that eye to jerk. If you're not at maximum deviation, and let's say they have a lower level alcohol in your system, you're not going to see a jerk like you would on the next group after this one. But that would cause them to look at it and have it, but if they look down the way, it's going to stop it because it's not pulling the muscle range.
I'm playing the video at 8 minutes and 45 seconds.
that's it. That's it. Está mirando abajo. Sí. No, perdón.
After you start down, just turn your head.
Okay, ¿qué pongo las dos así? Así como le así.
There goes. All right, two more for you.
I'm pausing the video at 2 minutes and 1 second. And so, officer, we just saw you finish that test up. What was the last part of that test?
There are two separate passes there. The first two provide from center to about 45-degree angles, about 4 seconds. So this is called onset prior to 45. By moving approximately 15 inches one way or the other and counting the seconds that you go, 1 without, 2 without, 3 without, 4 without, it gives you an approximate angle of onset. And what you're doing is you're moving slow enough to see when that stagnant starts. And based on how close to the nose that is, the higher level left.
And what did you see during that phase of the test?
His started at about the 3-second mark, which indicates he's going to be at or above at the type of stuff.
And so, after you concluded the horizontal gaze and nystagmus test, what conclusions did you make?
I concluded I had 6 of the possible 6 clues available.
And what does that tell you?
That tells me he is likely impaired on some sort of depressant, most likely.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 1 for the jury? I'm playing what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1 and entered into evidence before the jury at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. And officer, what are we seeing?
This is where I'm starting the next set of tests, the walking turn is what we're beginning with here.
I'm playing the video at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Officer, what are you doing?
The initial setup here is the standing position. He's told to stay in the position I give him, not to move until instructed. The first two available clues are somebody starting to walk too soon or not being in that position while the instructions being given. He's already broken his stance one, gotten back into position. Now I've just explained, I would demonstrate it to him. That's the exaggerated arm slap down on the legs, is to say, when I keep my arms down on my side, I'm gonna look at my feet, I'm gonna count out loud, I'm not gonna stop until I'm finished. And I've instructed him that I'm going to do 3 steps in mine, and he's going to do 9 in his.
And again, how are you communicating to him?
Officer Ruiz is standing, to the gentleman's right.
And again, what is the walk and turn test designed to do?
So the divided attention test is to make sure that your coordination, your balance, can coincide with you processing information at the same time. So I tell somebody to look and count at the same time, and then asking them to perform a task like walk, heel, to toe. You're judging the brain's ability to split the tasks effectively, accomplish them.
And how many total clues are there?
There are 8 total clues.
I'm playing the video at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Pausing the video at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. And officer, again, just to clarify, did you ask the defendant or did Officer Ruiz ask the defendant if they understood or if the defendant understood the instructions?
Yes.
And if he would have said no, what would you have done?
Re-explain them and ask them if you wish to have a demonstration on them.
And is it a clue if they ask to re-explain the instructions?
No.
I'm playing the video at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Officer, what clues, if any, are you seeing?
He started before I instructed him to. That's where you see him telling him how to get back into that position before I indicate the he misses all of the steps heel to toe, and he doesn't take the correct number of steps. He lands on his right foot if you're taking an odd number of steps, nodding. Your left foot should be the one that's planted as you turn around. Additionally, when he turns around, he's not taking small steps to turn out, he's pivoting his foot and facing the other direction.
I'm playing the video at 4 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 5 minutes and 0 seconds. So officer, again, what clues, if any, are you seeing from that portion of the video?
In this portion, you'd have to go back and let him perform that turn again, so the jury can see it, but he turns and then stops prior to beginning his walking. You're not allowed to stop during the test. We're also working with a relatively thin line, so we'll give some leeway in terms of setting off the line, but as he walks back toward the vehicle, he walks at an angle and not along the same line.
And so previously we mentioned there are 8 total possible clues.
Yes.
How many clues did you see on that test?
7. The only one he didn't do is pull his hands away from him.
And what does that indicate to you?
They're relatively high level of intoxication.
I'm playing the video at 5 minutes and 0 seconds. I'm stopping the video at 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Officer, what are you doing here?
In this particular instance, I'm explaining and demonstrating the test.
And what test is that?
This is the one-way state.
And what kind of test is that again?
It's another divided attention test. In this particular case, it's remembering to keep your foot off the ground, but maintain your balance while counting out loud. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, doesn't matter if it's in English.
I'm playing the video at 5 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm pausing the video at 5 minutes and 51 seconds. And officer, just again for the record, did the defendant indicate to you that he understood the test?
Yes, sir.
I'm playing the video at 5 minutes and 51 seconds. Pausing the video at 6 minutes and 29 seconds. So officer, again for the jury, how many clues are there on the one leg stand test?
There are 4 potential.
Out of those 4 potential clues, how many did you see there?
3.
What are those clues that you saw?
He used his arms for balance, but he came away from his body greater than 6 inches. He put his foot down, and he also swayed and leaned one way or the other. And in this case, he kind of combined them all into one given set. He raised his arms, leaned to the side, and put his foot down, brings his foot back up, brings his arms back out away from his body to try to balance again.
And what does that tell you?
Also indicates a higher level of intoxication.
And so after you completed all 3 of the standardized field sobriety test, what did you conclude?
I concluded I had enough to impact arrest based on direct impulses.
And what did you do after that?
I had Officer Ruiz read the DIC 24, which is statutory warning for DWI arrest.
Judge, we're gonna approach.
Is it the same issue as last time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just, you know how to do it. Just keep doing it.
Thank you, Judge.
And we'll, when we take a break, we'll.
Judge, may I approach? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what this is?
The top copy is the GIC 25, which is a suspension of the driver's license that has to be sent to DPS. When the IRS. The second page is the signed GIC 24, the statutory warning, it's in Spanish. The last one is the GIC 23, which shows the clue drive search on scene.
And what do you do with this?
That information gets sent to DPS following the arrest for DWI.
And is this a true and correct copy of that form that should use then?
Yes.
And officer, what exactly does this form tell you? What does it do?
Kind of admit it.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Okay.
I'm tendering State's Exhibits 3 for defense counsel inspection.
Just my prior statement, Judge, which we've already addressed.
As far as redactions are concerned?
Correct.
Sure, of course. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay. It'll be admitted, subject to the redaction.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And also, what's the purpose of the DIC 24?
The DIC 24 is a statutory warning. It tells the defendant on what to request a sample of verbal and in most cases. Then it also gives them the ability to accept or refuse and the consequences for doing so, i.e. if they refuse to provide a sample I've requested, I'll go to have to be a warrant signed for it.
And
that way it's said.
And then how is this explained to the defendant that evening?
It has to be read for.
What'd you do after that?
I took him down to the joint processing center, which is the jail, where we have our DDI technicians.
And when you get to jail, what you did?
You walk into the jail, you sign him in, you go to an available DWI technician form, who will ship them as your defendant. They have a mandatory observation period they have to do. So anytime you do bread, they can't be putting things in their mouth, chewing gum, vomiting in some cases, or a high level of intoxication. And the technician sits there and watches them for that 15-minute period prior to taking them into Congress.
Based on everything that we've talked about today and your training and experience, were you able to come to a conclusion about whether or not the defendant was intoxicated?
Yes, sir, based on the totality of circumstances.
And what was that?
That he was not only intoxicated, but also highly intoxicated while driving.
State pass the motion.
Okay. Please.
Your Honor.
Yes. Floor is yours.
All right, Officer Metter.
Yes, sir.
So you just concluded your testimony by saying on your training and experience, you concluded him to be highly intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
But you also indicated during your testimony that clues and field sobriety test, and clues in the HGN and odor of alcohol, things like that, that those are generally signs that they've been drinking, but not necessarily intoxicated. Is that correct?
Intoxicated can be any alcohol or other substances.
Okay. You understand it's not illegal to have a couple of drinks and still drive, right? And Now, you also indicated that in your training and experience, based on your training and experience, but you said you took the A-Ride course, correct?
Yes.
When was that?
We got 2 years ago.
I'm sorry?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. You sure about that?
I'm not positive.
Would 2021 sound about right?
It could be even after I got the position as the guy officer.
So in 2021, you took the A-Ride class, correct?
If that's the information you have, because I don't remember.
Okay. And how many hours is that course?
I think that one is 8 hours. Research correct. I don't recall doing it multiple days, but it's not 8, 16.
And since 2021, have you taken other education classes?
I've had one additional SST refresh course since then.
Okay. What about other classes for non-DWI stuff?
Yes, every year we're required to take a minimum of 36 to 40 hours of departmental oriented, departmental.
I'm sorry. How many hours?
36 to 40.
Do you need a moment?
No, as good as they'll be. Anything department mandatory, so this could include the active shooter courses, includes penal code updates, includes any changes to legislation, that's
Okay. So this is said to have occurred in 2024, correct?
yes.
So in the 3 years that you took the A-Ride class, you only had one other class about DWI, correct?
One of the update courses.
Okay. But you've had hundreds of other hours of other types of education, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're only taking a class in February of this year?
Not as I recall, no.
Computer operations?
Not that I recall.
February 20th, 2025, you're gonna take a computer operations class?
Unless it was a video that was taken at the station, I haven't attended anything in person yet, I don't believe.
And you indicated that the field sobriety tests are designed to have divided attention, correct?
The walk and turn, the one they say, yes.
Okay. And then your testimony, you indicated, you said that is relatively easy for a non-impaired person, correct?
Those were my words.
Okay. So it's not necessarily to mean that even an unimpaired person will get it perfect, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so even somebody who is non-impaired or highly intoxicated, as you put it, could potentially have clues on a test, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, may I approach Your Honor?
Please.
You would agree with me that this, and you ask questions if he had any surgeries or anything like that, correct?
Yeah.
But you don't know if he'd had, maybe weak muscle tone in his legs, correct? No way of telling that, correct? You have no way of telling whether he had an ear infection or maybe some kind of balance issue or anything like that, correct?
Other than the screen question, no.
Okay. And then you would also agree with me that from this position, walking heel to toe is not natural, right? I've had a cup of coffee this morning and my hands went out, right? Okay. That is not a natural walking position, is it?
It's not.
This is a natural walking position, right?
It is.
Even if you're walking on a line, it's still going like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
So missing heel to toe is not necessarily a sign of intoxication, correct?
But it is a clue for the test.
It's a clue for the test,
Yes.
right? But those tests are designed by somebody who just felt like making that test, correct?
They were designed by NISA.
Okay.
I would work.
You would also agree with, may I approach you now?
Please.
You would also agree with me that standing with 1 foot up also requires some kind of muscle tone, balance, things like that, correct? Okay. So again, you didn't know if he had any kind of weak muscle tone, any kind of balance issues or anything like that, correct?
He expressed to us.
I'm sorry?
Not that he expressed to us, no.
Okay, but you didn't ask him either, correct?
No, we asked him that.
Okay. Those medical screens are surgery or head injury, correct?
Yeah, anything that is likely to cause impairment.
But you would agree with me that there are other things that could potentially affect the outcome of those field sobriety tests, correct?
So, yes.
Same with the HDN, is that also correct?
There are various forms of HDM, but most are reduced or eliminated entirely, like use of stimulants. Now there's restricting on that.
I'm sorry?
Most are reduced or eliminated with use of stimulants, causing eye to focus on the thing, which is why you have somebody turn away from flashing lights or move the vehicles, because they can cause that. Rotational, if you've been spinning in circles prior to the test, could also cause distractions. And would be reduced, but not eliminated, with use of stimulants. And then there are
So there-
medical conditions, but you know, how restricting normally tell you if you have afterwards that.
Okay, so there are medical conditions, right?
Yes,
And you said an optometrist would usually tell you, correct?
yes,
But that's not one of the questions you ask, is it?
yes, no.
Wouldn't that be important to know?
We asked whether or not he has glasses or contacts, which would indicate whether or not he's been to an optometrist.
And he didn't tell you if he had glasses or contacts,
I
correct?
didn't wear it.
Exhibit 1. I'm gonna backtrack all the way to the beginning. Yeah, so. Oh, sorry, may I publish on?
Yes.
Where are you right here?
I'm northbound on South Kessler.
On South Kessler.
Yes,
And what street is crossing in front of us?
west up.
West Duffer. Okay. Now, you would agree with me that he has a green light because you have a red light, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here you indicated that you felt he was speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you don't have a side radar to be able to tell what his speed is, do you?
I do not.
Do you have a front radar to be able to tell what his speed
Yes,
is? I'm sorry?
yes,
So you're just guessing he was speeding?
based on my training experience.
All right, so about 8 seconds is when he passes you, correct?
Yes, sir.
About 9 seconds later is when you decide to pull out after him, correct?
I counted approximately 6.
So it's 17 is when you start pulling in, or 16, I'm sorry, 16. So from 8 seconds to 16, you good? From 8 seconds to 16 seconds, it's about 8 seconds, right?
Yes.
So he's got a little bit of a head start on you, all right?
Yes.
Now, we can see here that you have to make the turn and you start accelerating, correct?
Yes, sir.
So now we're at about 30 seconds, give or take,
Yes,
and about 22 seconds after he already passed you, correct?
yes, sir.
And you're still not up to speed,
Right
right?
on.
We saw brake lights there, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, West Belfort's quite a bumpy road, right?
it is.
You can see your headlight bouncing.
Yes.
What intersection is this that you come up to here?
Well, that's playing field.
You'll get there. So now we're about a minute, 8 seconds, minute 10 into him crossing in front of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Do you know what the distance is from South Gessner to Plainfield?
Yes, sir, Plainfield's probably 0.2 miles. About a
Quarter mile,
mile.
right? Okay. So if it takes you over a minute, right, to go a quarter of a mile, that means you weren't doing 64 miles an hour, correct?
I had set up to 64 miles an hour.
Okay. But it took him less than a minute or more than a minute to get there because he had a head start on you, correct?
He was already significantly further ahead. I maintained a higher speed in order to hit him from the point.
Okay, so a quarter mile, and you claim you're doing 64, but if he was doing the same speed, he would have been past that intersection before you even caught up to him, correct? At a quarter mile?
If the light didn't ring.
Right, but you saw it turn yellow and then turn red, right?
Yes,
He didn't run the light, did he?
he did.
So you would agree with me that if his speed was the same as your speed, he would have had a much bigger distance on you and probably been through that light before it turned red, correct?
He hit his brake lights twice prior to that, so his speed would have been slowing also before that.
Okay, but you cannot say definitively what his speed was, is that correct?
Right, not.
You didn't have it verified by any kind of radar or any other instrument or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
So you were just guessing what his speed was, right?
Based on the speed of my cruiser, yes.
Now, you don't speak Spanish, do you?
I do not.
So you were relying on Officer Ruiz to help you with the translation, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated during your direct testimony that he gave inconsistencies about where he was coming from. Do you
Yes,
recall that?
yes, sir.
Okay. You don't speak Spanish, correct?
No, sir.
So if we in States Exhibit 2. I close, Your Honor. So this is States Exhibit 2.
35 and registration expired November of last year.
La razón que te paramos es porque estabas manejando 64 millas por hora en un lugar donde tienes que estar manejando 3. También tu registro está ya. Did you notice right there when you indicated the reason for the stop, how he kind of shook his head?
No, sir. We're back home.
La razón que te paramos es porque estabas manejando 64 millas por hora en un lugar donde tienes que estar manejando 3. También tu registro está. You see how he kind of shakes his head and then gives you a look like, what are you talking about, Willis?
He looks from Officer Ruiz to myself as though he didn't do speeding, but then nods and says, yes, his registration is expired.
Okay. But expired registration is not indicative of impaired driving, is that correct? And speeding by itself is not indicative of impaired driving either, is it? So in your opinion, in your training and experience based off what you just saw, do you believe that he was not challenging, but disagreeing with you on the fact that you claimed he was speeding?
At least on the phone.
And that is, the speed is a fact that you used to stop him, correct?
No, I stopped him for his registration. His speed what caught my attention.
But you want to run his plate if you didn't think he was speeding, correct?
Like when I didn't play this on the road.
Right, but you were going the opposite direction, so if he had just passed in front of you and you didn't think he was speeding, you would not have run his plate, correct? True. So the speed was a fact that you used to decide to go and run his plate.
Yes, how I intended.
Where's he coming from?
¿De dónde vienes? No, de la, me dio la casa, amigo justo
¿De la casa?
sí, no le dio la casa.
He says he's coming from home. 10-4. ¿A dónde vas?
No, porque aquí yo estaba mirando a un amigo, pero venimos de Cleveland, entonces hasta apenas llegamos y lo que estamos viendo mudarse porque es.
Okay, so there at 129, he's talking about where he was coming from, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But he's saying it in Spanish, so you don't understand exactly what he's saying, correct?
Luis initially in the case submitted said he's coming from home, and now it's telling Luis where he's coming from.
Well, he actually doesn't say where his home, he says a home, or a house, right, is what he says. Right, okay.
Siempre coming from Cleveland, he was helping a friend out, and just got.
So there he says he was coming from Cleveland and helping a friend out, right?
Yes.
But you don't know exactly what he's saying, you're just relying on Ruiz to tell you, correct?
Yes.
Later on down the road, I want to fast forward, so I stopped at about 133. Fast forward, that's too far.
Coming from Sun's house. He was never coming from.
Okay.
Where's his friend live?
¿Dónde vive su amigo? ¿A dónde amigo? Vive aquí en
What were they doing at his friend's house?
Estaban ahí, estaban haciendo carrera, perdón. Oh, están mudando ellos, ok.
And again, because you don't speak Spanish, you don't know what he's saying there, correct?
Yes, not until Luis says it's fine.
Okay. So here Ruiz tells you he was helping a friend move, correct?
I'm
sorry, what are you saying?
Sorry. Wow. That wasn't bad. That was bad. I apologize. Here he's talking about Ruiz tells you he helped a friend move, is that correct?
When Luis, yes.
Okay. But you don't know if that's what he said earlier in his statements, correct?
No, I have to rely on Luis first.
Okay, so if Ruiz didn't tell you the proper thing, you wouldn't know that, correct?
Now, started speaking of front seat, this was very different.
Okay. And so with the fact that Ruiz was translating for you, you're relying on Ruiz to give you all that information.
Yes.
And then if Ruiz doesn't properly translate for you, then to you, that would indicate inconsistencies, correct?
They could, but that's not the inconsistency, I'm afraid.
What was the inconsistency you were
He
referring
said
to?
he was driving to that side of town, so he gasped and she relaxed from Cleveland.
Okay, again, you were relying on Ruiz to tell you that, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'll reserve my questions on that for Ruiz. But again, you would rely on somebody else to tell you what he was saying and hope that they're properly translating, correct?
Yes.
Your 7-year career, am I right, 7 years?
Yes.
In your 7-year career with Houston Police Department, how many DWI stops have you made?
I don't know the exact number, more than 100.
And out of those 100 or so, how many people did you arrest for driving while intoxicated?
Without the exact number, I couldn't tell you. I know that others that didn't meet the criteria of driving while intoxicated.
And were there ever some that you arrested, but then maybe later turned out they weren't intoxicated?
I've had a few that blew under the legal limit .08, and we have jail orders that prescribe what's in those situations.
So again, the clues that you observe aren't necessarily indicative of the level of intoxication. It's just based on what you think. Is that correct?
No. The number of clues specifically in HGN can indicate a higher level of intoxication based on what's there. HGN's always done in the same order because you can't have onset prior to 45 without maximum deviation. You can't have maximum deviation without maximum pursuit. They don't go out for it.
Okay, and so you previously testified, while I was asking you questions, that there are other factors that can cause nystagmus, correct?
Yeah, rotational, strobing lights, moving vehicles, that kind of thing.
Medical conditions, eyes, things like that. So the 6 of 6 is not indicative of high level of intoxication if there are other factors present, correct?
Without other clues.
And then those other clues were
The totality of circumstances.
the walk and turn, correct?
Well, other clues in the sense that there are other tests, yes, but other clues in the sense that what you smell on scene, what you see in the eyes, response, movements, that kind of stuff.
Okay, but you would agree with me that alcohol actually does not have a smell, correct?
Different types of alcohol have different smells. You can tell the difference between a sweet and a beer. Most people know the difference between say, whiskey and Bud Light.
But you couldn't tell what, if anything, he had to drink, correct?
It smelled like beer. I couldn't tell you what brand of beer.
And again, not illegal to have some fajitas, as he indicated, and drink a beer with that, correct?
It's not.
And even if 1, maybe 2 beers, though maybe not intoxicated, it would still have that odor, correct?
Yes. And that's what the tests are designed to screen.
Within the tests, which are fundamentally flawed, correct?
No, sir. It's done quite a bit of research around since games.
So again, may I approach you on?
Please.
This is what NHTSA says is appropriate to do for a test, correct? Right. And then you said he started before you told him to, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it possible that some people sometimes are eager to just get the test over and done with so they can go home?
That's possible.
Okay. So not necessarily a sign of intoxication, correct?
As an individual clue.
Okay. And again, not hitting heel to toe, this is not a natural walking position, correct?
Correct.
So not necessarily a sign of intoxication,
As
correct?
an individual clue, no.
Okay. Wrong number of steps. You said he took too many steps.
He took a few steps. He took 8 steps instead of 9.
Okay. And then you said he made the wrong turn. How many times do you demonstrate the wrong turn or the turn?
I demonstrated immediately before they did the test themselves.
Okay. But that's still, they still have to take 9 steps before they make that turn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you said small steps, didn't do the small steps to turn around. Again, when somebody turns around when they're walking, when they turn around, this is a more natural movement, correct?
It is.
Not this, like a penguin?
It is.
He didn't fall over, correct? He didn't use his arms for balance, correct?
Not on that test, though.
He wasn't stumbling, he wasn't tripping over anything, nothing like that, correct?
No, that's.
So the only clues that you saw were clues that are just unnatural human movements, correct?
Yes, I saw the clues that I described in the test for him.
Right, which is
He was
not heel to toe.
He was instructed to take 9 heel to steps, he did not. He was directed to turn around in a specific way, he did not.
Okay. But again, those are not natural movements, correct?
But they are the instructions.
I get that they're in the instructions. I'm asking if they're natural movements. How many times have you done the field sobriety tests?
Every time I've done any sort of arrest.
Okay, so every time you've done an arrest for a DWI, you've done hundreds of DWI arrests. You've done this test 100 and something times, correct? Plus the times that you did it when you were there,
Yes,
correct? So you don't know, I mean, it's not like a person sits at home and says, I'm gonna practice the field sobriety test and learn how to do it and make sure I have it memorized, correct?
correct.
They hear it one time from you and you didn't even relay the instructions in Spanish, correct?
I did not.
And you hope that the instructions were relayed appropriately, correct?
Yes,
And then that one time, that 5-10 seconds that you show it to them, you expect them to remember it while they're in the presence of police officers with flashing lights behind them in a stressful situation and do unnatural movements. That's what you're saying you expect them to do?
I expect him to perform the test yet.
Okay. And I'll pass it later.
Okay, State, you have any follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer, how many people have you pulled over for speeding in your career?
I couldn't tell you.
Could you give an approximate number of how many you pull over per week?
No,
Could you,
So let's not fishing expedition. Keep it nice, keep it neat.
is it fair to say that you pull over a lot of people for speeding?
a fair amount, sure.
So again, what initially drew your attention to the defendant's vehicle?
I'm familiar with that intersection. Our station is less than a mile south of that. So you get a general sense of the flow of traffic. And when somebody passes in front of you, that's that expectation generally is indications.
Now, at that point, did you make the decision to effect a traffic stop?
Yes,
So what did you do after that?
I caught up to the vehicle, and when he stopped at the light, I ran his plate to see if there was anything else I could work.
And when did you decide to effect the traffic stop?
After finding his registration expired.
Did you decide to do that at any point before you found the registration was expired?
Yes,
Now, let's go back to the standardized field sobriety test we talked about. Was the HGN the sole reason you determined he was intoxicated?
it was not.
Was the walking turn the sole reason you determined he was
It
intoxicated?
was not.
Was the one leg stand the sole reason that you determined?
Yes.
What were the reasons and what facts led to your determination that the defendant was intoxicated?
So the totality of all the clues presented within the field sobriety tests, in addition to the odor of alcohol, the glossiness of his eyes.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about the field sobriety test. Are they supposed, specifically the walk and turn and the one leg stand, are they supposed to be natural movements?
They're not,
Why?
because natural movements wouldn't give you an indication of someone's balance or ability to pay attention.
And are these certified tests?
They are certified tests.
And who certifies those?
National Highway Traffic Safety Commission,
Are they widely used?
everywhere in the United States.
And per the translation from Officer Ruiz, did you have any indication whatsoever from the defendant that he could not complete the test as instructed?
Yes.
And you said it before, but what happens if the defendant indicates to you that he doesn't understand the test?
I'll re-explain everything.
Do you hold it against him? Does it count as a clue?
No.
Was he free to ask for a re-demonstration of the test?
Absolutely.
Did he ask for that?
He did not.
And so, officer, let me just touch on this just a little bit more. If you didn't have inconsistent statements from the defendant, per the translation from Officer Ruiz, would you still have continued your investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the odor of alcohol.
Stay past the window, Sean.
All right,
Briefly, Your Honor.
please.
So just based on the odor of alcohol, you would continue your investigation, correct?
Yes.
But again, 1, 2 beers, you're gonna have an odor of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the glassy eyes are concerned, and again, not illegal to have 1 or 2 beers and drive, correct?
Correct.
As far as the glassy eye is concerned, he told you that he was coming from Cleveland to help a friend move, correct?
He did.
So is it possible that he could have been up for several hours prior to getting pulled over by you?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Okay.
So you indicated in your body camera that Cleveland was quite a distance away, correct?
Yes.
So probably an hour or 2, maybe, to Cleveland?
I haven't driven there recently, so I can tell you.
And then based off of that, driving from Cleveland, helping a friend move, does it make sense that, or would you have reason to disagree with me that he could have been up for several hours at that point?
Objection again, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
Answer, if he knows.
Without him specifying how long you've been waiting, I have no idea.
But you didn't ask that question, did you?
Yes.
So if somebody had been away for several hours, they could have glossy eyes, correct?
They could.
So again, not necessarily a sign of intoxication, right?
By itself, no.
And then the state followed up by saying, asking you about the speeding. But you testified earlier that you could not tell exactly how fast he was going, correct?
I did not.
So you have no idea whether he was speeding or not.
We go generally past from that intersection only. Yes.
Okay. And you said you're familiar with that intersection and you can tell how fast somebody's going, or you can generally gauge how fast somebody's going by the flow of traffic, correct?
Yes.
How many other cars were on the road?
No other cars.
So there was no flow of traffic to be able to tell, correct?
But that doesn't change the fact that I've been through that intersection.
Okay, that was my question, sir. My question was, there was no flow of traffic, correct?
There's no flow of traffic.
And so with no flow of traffic, you have no other vehicles to gauge your perception on, is that correct?
That's not enough.
So, and again, just to make sure I'm clear, you testified earlier that what drew your attention to him was what you perceived to be speeding, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then when you catch up to him, you run his plate, and then that's when you find the expired registration, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then based on the expired registration is why you decided to pull him over, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then when you told him he was speeding, he seemed to question your speeding, your perception of speeding, correct?
That's correct.
So would it be fair to say that he was challenging, not necessarily challenging, but disagreeing with what the reason was why you stopped him?
He may have been from speed.
And the speeding is a fact that you used to run his plate to pull him over, correct?
It was what our initials and
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. All right. May this witness be excused.
I would like subject to recall, Judge.
Okay, officer, if you don't mind, we're done for now. If you don't mind, just taking a seat in one of the witness rooms and do not leave just yet, please. Going. Let's take a break. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a brief recess. Give you time to handle any matters you may need to handle. We need to handle little business matters as well. I'll try to bring you back as quick as possible so we can continue. Okay. Please, if you go with Deputy Miranda.
Okie dokie. So they're on their way out for a break. I know Judge has other things on his docket, so we'll probably just stay here. I'm watching other courts as well, as I always do. I've got 8 others up at the moment. Some are active, some are in recess, but we'll just let him run through his stuff here.
Case, it's a reckless driving case.
Okay.
Discussing it, she's been in trial, so
Have we done PC yet?
no, it's very new case. Okay.
Let me, wait.
Yeah.
Oh. After 262nd, I'll be right back. After option 262nd, I'll be right back.
Jason, what was last?
Alzabine, ALZB.
I got it. Okay.
ZA.
You do work with Betty, right? Okay. Mr. Albazin, come up.
He's got 4 total.
Good morning, sir. You speak English? Sir, you're charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one will be appointed to you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 10th, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, a law enforcement officer observed a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed, failed to signal a lane change, weaving in between cars, and following too closely behind other vehicles. The law enforcement officer matched the defendant's vehicle at approximately 100 miles per hour. A traffic stop was conducted, and the law enforcement officer made contact with the defendant, who stated he did not know he was going that fast.
Okay.
And if I could, Your Honor, just real quick, basically we had the opportunity to look at the videos. My client has a radar chip in his car. We've shown that in the state. His car wasn't going over 90 miles an hour, and he clearly using his indicators. And on the video, the officer says that he doesn't know how fast he was going. His car has no radar, but he thinks it's 90 to 100 miles an hour.
I mean, you're going through video. This is just probable cause hearing. We could set it for something, but
There is no actual speed that he paced my client. So there is, just to let you know.
speeding in and out of traffic, falling too closely.
According to the officer, right?
So I'm going to find probable cause for
That's
now.
fine.
We can always set it for, because I have to give them the
No,
opportunity.
absolutely, Your Honor,
No.
absolutely. I
So,
think the chief, once he's, done with this trial, he's already told me it's going to be either a class dismissal or straight up dismissal.
Mr. Albazin, I'm going to find probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to drive in this manner again. If I find that you drive at speeds of 90 to 100 miles an hour, doing reckless driving, weaving, I'm speeding, I'm going to revoke your bond and put you in jail. Just, we have enough crashes on the road. Don't add to it. You know what I mean? No reckless driving, racing, street takeovers, donuts, nothing of this matter. Got a great lawyer. He's going to help you out. Stay in touch with him. We'll give you guys time to work on the case. I'm gonna have bond conditions created, so you promise us that you're not gonna drive like this. If I find that you do, I will revoke your bond and put you in jail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll have you sign a reset, just have him take a seat, we'll get bond condition created, and then once you sign it, at that point, you can leave. Leave. Can you follow that, guys, please?
Yes, Your Honor, what are the conditions?
So no racing, reckless driving, street takeovers, donuts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Beadle. So I signed the jail release conditions. We'll do a PR bond now, so that way she's good to go.
Do we even need to bring her out?
No, I don't think so. No, I think you're good to go. Just make sure that, don't send her down until she signs a PR bond, and then, yeah, she's here. We got it.
She's gonna get your on this lunch?
Yes. So, Ms. Roxanne, do you mind giving Miss Lynch a PR bond, please? Okay, and then as soon as it's processed, we'll have her sign it, and then she's good to go.
She's gonna sign it, or we're gonna bring her out?
Well, yeah, we'll have to bring her out so she can sign it. That's why we put her on, so that she can sign. Yeah. Okay, hi.
I have Miss Nabila on docket.
Okay,
She was accepted into the PTAC program, but we're trying to knock out some kinks, with a no driving affidavit. I was wondering if we could amend her bond conditions to give her portable and have the county pay for it before she goes into the program.
can't pay for it when she's in the program.
Before
When
then?
she's on bond, I can, but once she signs into the contract and gets into the program, I cannot pay for it any longer. I pay for virtually everything for as long as I can, but once they're in it, or on a probation or on a PTI, I no longer have the authority to pay for it. If I could, I would, but I just can't. So she'll have to sign a no driving affidavit, and you can get one from Shatoria. Then once she gets the portable device, at that point, we can take off any guardian interlocks or anything else that she has. Yeah? And then, what about the DA fee? Has she paid it yet?
We haven't yet. So should we just put out her form? We got accepted on Monday. So if we just got her form, she filled out her form and then they
Which
took
form for which one?
the client intake information form.
Got it.
Yeah, so we just got that on Monday. She filled that out today. And then the no driving, she emailed me that her driver's license was ineligible on Monday as well. And so
Okay.
we're gonna no driving affidavit.
Okay, so how long do you want? Okay, done. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, Joe.
Just coming back on Mr. Martinez,
Nice.
sir,
Tell me something nice.
no response yet, Judge. Like I said, I have some from January that I still haven't received responses, so March. Can we get like a week reset, Judge? Okay, all right, thank you. Parents wait. Okay, thank you.
Unless there's approval or denial at that point. Yes, sir. Okay, thanks, Jim. Shreya. Hi, good morning.
Justin Harris on the fugitive docket.
Justin Harris?
I know. I kind of laughed. Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
It's funny, because I just seen him yesterday. Justin Harris is on the fugitive docket. He waived at magistrate court and has vehemently changed his mind.
Should we? Your laugh? Do you want me to bring him out?
So Judge, if you want to bring him out and admonish him, Philadelphia, from what I hear, does want him. Is that right, Amy?
Yes, we're on their way here to get him today, but if he's withdrawn his waiver, of course they can. If he intends to withdraw his waiver today, they obviously can't pick him up today, so.
If they're gonna get him, they're gonna, hey, Deputy, do you mind bringing out Justin Harris, please?
And then while he's coming out, do you want me to reset the Dustin Eli hearing?
Have they done anything upstairs? It's on docket today?
No, they haven't. So I was going to talk to you about that. If he takes TDC up there, would you consider?
If he takes TDC, there's nothing that can do.
I agree. And that's, I mean, and I hate to say that because I don't know what they're doing, but if we could
Obviously, if he
reset it, I think it's an option.
No. If
Okay.
it takes TDC time, I'm putting
Okay.
things there.
And I hate to say that because I don't know what'll happen in May,
no-
but I think it's could be worked out. Yes, Judge. Your other option was to put him into SATA.
No. My feeling is that he's probably gonna end probation, right?
No.
Really? Have they not offered probation upstairs?
They might, but considering the nature of it, if they do, they're gonna require SATF, right?
I mean,
Right. And that's the end goal is, I don't think he wants that.
he's willing to go to TC instead of going to treatment for real?
Yes, I know.
Well, I mean,
I've talked to him. I know, and I'm gonna set up another meeting with him to go over things, but
be the horse to water.
you know, there's only so much I can
I know.
admonish.
Yeah, so
They just.
that case is set for May 12th,
So
I guess.
if I can just get like a day or two after that.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Harris. Good morning. So you're wanted out of another state. You already waived, and your lawyers tell me now that you would like me to set you a bond so that you can go out and go turn yourself in.
Oh, no bond. I just wanted him admonished on the extradition timeline.
Okay, so you've waived. What happens is we give the demanding jurisdiction, which is who?
Philadelphia County, Pennsylvania.
Okay, what's he wanted for?
Murder, endangering welfare, and
Okay, yeah. So you're wanted for murder and what else?
endangering welfare. And then their charge that's REAP.
Well, they,
Rape?
It's they spelled it REAP.
ain't no damn rape. I ain't raped nobody.
I don't know exactly what that one is, but for sure.
So understand that we just get the teletype that tells us what it is. I have no idea. Here, we don't fight the case. We only try to establish identity. If you are the person that is wanted from the other jurisdiction, I don't know. The good news is though, is that you've waived and they're coming to get you today. So we could really get you on the way back to Philadelphia today.
No, I said I'd rather put the 30 days in. Didn't I tell you that?
You did, but I'm just admonishing you. It's not just 30 days.
So
30
what
days.
happens now is,
I just want to make sure you understand that.
so what happens now is if you refuse, which is your right, they'll get a governor's warrant, but that'll take up to 90 days to get,
I'm
you
fine
know?
with that.
And then the pickup is 30 days after that, just to make
Okay,
sure we're good
I'm
with
fine with
timelines.
that. I'm fine with that. Cause I'm
Right,
trying
so-
to get everything in order back to there. I'm not about to broad rush, be blind, go back to Philadelphia. And then I don't know what's going on inside my county, like, as far as being held inside, like, it just.
You want it from other counties as well?
I have no knowledge of that at this time, Your Honor. I would have to run a criminal history check if I did one of the processes.
So I guess you just want them to get a governor's warrant, then I'm assuming you did. Okay, so if you just want to go ahead and, you know,
I'm gonna find them.
And then Judge, the waiver withdrawal should be in your queue.
yes, it's right. Okay, I'll sign it and then, all right. So I guess let's set it for 45 days. What do you think?
I have him set out for 30 days.
Okay, not a problem.
So it's gonna be May 23rd.
Okay, so the problem is you have to understand also is that when someone is charged with a crime that has a potential life sentence, I can't give you a bond even if I wanted to. Just that's the way the statute reads. So, okay. All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. Thank you for the question.
Thanks.
Yeah, Ashley, that kind of caught my attention too. He's accused of murder and he didn't bat an eye at that, but then somebody suggests that he might have sexually assaulted somebody. He's like, I didn't do that. But, you know, I can't speak to this guy or what he's been through, but that's kind of prison culture, isn't it? The murderers tend to be at like the top end of the food chain, the best of the best, so to speak, but the those who commit sexual assault not exactly viewed as high, so I suppose that might explain why he kind of bristled when possibly accused of that.
Before we bring Trey back out, let's have a few matters I want to bring up.
Okay. I think that Blaze went up to the felony court regardless, so.
All right.
Blaze went up to one of the felony courts, so I don't know when he's gonna come back.
Does we have an arraignment? Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Page 5, bias, come on up.
Hey, where's the other person? Where's John?
Get in.
Where's John, the other prosecutor? Do you know? Hey, Cole, can I borrow you real quick so we can do PC real quick?
Yes, Your Honor, of course. My apologies.
This is Mr. Bias. B-A.
Oh, Mr. 50?
All right, Mr. Bias, you're charged with reckless driving. You're facing up to 30 days in jail and or a $500 fine. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Can you, I get the name one more time, please?
Let me give you a cause number.
Yes,
Tell me when you're ready. 256
256
0257.
2257. All right, thank you, Your Honor. On April 15th, 2025, in Harris County, Texas, an officer observed a motor vehicle traveling on the Gulf Freeway. The officer visually estimated the motor vehicle speed to be between 115 and 120 miles per hour in a 60 mile per hour zone. The officer attempted to catch up to the vehicle and observed approximately 15 to 20 lane changes from across all 4 lanes of traffic around other cars that were obeying traffic laws. The officer had to travel at speeds in excess of 120 miles per hour to catch up to the defendant's motor vehicle. Officer caught up to the motor vehicle and paced it at 115 miles per hour for approximately 1/4 mile. A traffic stop was conducted and the defendant stated, "I effed up."
Run his license, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bias, I'm going to find that there's sufficient probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to drive in this manner anymore. If I find that you're a danger to my public, it's not going to go well for you. Do you understand?
Yes,
I will revoke your bond, put you in jail, no more PR bonds.
Yes, sir. The license is open.
You are not allowed to drive unless you have valid Texas driver license and liability insurance in your name, and that is a condition of your bond. If I find that you do, or that you drive without, likewise, you will go to jail, no more PR bonds. We are going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. I'm going to have the state create bond conditions that you're not to drive in a reckless manner. You're not to participate in a racing street takeovers, donuts, anything of this nature. I will do everything in my power to protect my city at all costs, Mr. Bice, and I want you to understand that. And if I find any more of this, it's not going to go well for you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind filing those conditions, Cole?
Yes, Your Honor.
For now, I'm going to have you sign a reset with Victoria. We will have you take a seat while we get your bond conditions. Once you have signed them, then you'll be free to go. Please. Yeah. Hi.
I had a quick question regarding off documents.
Okay.
252-1794. The name is Crystal Gonzalez.
Okay.
She's scheduled, her case is old, and she's required to appear tomorrow. You said she would have to appear if everything isn't done for PTI. We had her contract back. I talked to Ms. Gomez, she's a PTI coordinator. She said that the only thing she needed was the contract and proof of the device. Well, we have her contract back, and she also attempted to get the portable device, but they don't have it coming in until the 28th, which is Monday. And I have a copy of her contract for the portable device. Will she still need to be present on tomorrow?
Have proof that the device is coming in on the 28th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, I trust you. As long as you have it, then we'll set for the 28th.
Okay.
Okay, and she has to have everything done by then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no more waived appearances.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah. You ready?
I'm not for chief.
No, oh, no. Okay. Come on in. That's okay. Hi.
Yes, we have Edelbert Rosa from Docket, ROS.
Okay.
We still do not have a response on the mitigation packet. We emailed them this morning and there's an email saying it might still be under review. We submitted it 4/7.
Okay, so we'll set you off.
Comments.
Set you off 1 week for them to get you the reply.
Will my client need to appear or can he be waived?
If If it's not back, then no, but if it's back, he's got to get everything done. No more waived. It's 230 days. No more waived appearance. Okay. Okay, hi. Come on up. Yes, sir.
This is an off docket case, Judge.
Okay, what's your cause number?
255-8479.
On Billings.
Yes, Judge.
Okay,
He is present here in the courtroom. Police made contact, did not arrest him until the blood test came back. A warrant has now been issued, so we're here to address that.
I'm bringing him up.
Yes.
You get the cause number?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Hey, this is a new case.
Sorry.
4/17/20.
This is a new case. You are Mr. Billings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Billings, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine because of the high level of alcohol. We are going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir. Okay, cool.
Thank you very much. It's not loading for me, just one second.
Roxanne, did you get this cost number? I need to give it to you. It's a new case. 255-8479.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure, let's go.
On December 7th, 2024, in Harris County, Texas, officers responded to a motor vehicle accident. The officer arrived and observed two vehicles that had been damaged and rendered inoperable. The defendant was ID'd by his Texas driver's license and ID'd to be the sole occupant and driver of the motor vehicle. The officer relocated the scene to a nearby parking lot to safely conduct the investigation. The officer determined the defendant was at fault for the accident after speaking with all the parties involved and reviewing information collected at the scene. The defendant stated he had left a bar called Sugar Room. The defendant stated he drank 2 beers at the bar. The officer noted that initially the defendant was not even aware that he had been in an accident. The officer observed the defendant to be lethargic and confused. The officer observed the defendant to have slurred speech, glossy eyes, and trouble maintaining their balance. The officer had to ask questions multiple times to obtain simple information from the defendant. The officer did not notice alcohol emitting from the defendant despite defendant's admission to drinking and defendant's apparent physical and mental impairment. The officer suspected the apparent impairment of the defendant could have been caused by some kind of narcotic. The defendant refused to perform standard field sobriety tests. The DIC was read. The defendant agreed to provide a blood specimen, and the lab results came back to a 0.17.
Okay. Any prior to DWIs? And does he have
the first
and valid license?
Judge's license was recently suspended ALR. He will not be driving. He has a 90-day suspension.
Okay. I want you to understand something, Mr. Billing. I take this extremely serious. I don't care what you have to do in your life. If you do not have a valid license and liability insurance, you are not allowed to drive, and that is a condition of your bond. You will be signing an affidavit with me today promising me you're not going to drive. I don't care if there's a burning building and you have to say 50 kids. Do not drive. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Nothing you can say justifies getting into a car and driving. I'm also ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're using, likewise, I will revoke your bond, put you in jail. No more PR bonds. You have a lawyer. Because you do, I will waive your appearance. You don't have to waste your time coming to court, but you must stay in touch with him and he'll tell you if and when you have to come back to court. If you get called upon to go take a test and you fail to go, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But now I'm going to have you come up here, swear test that you're not going to drive. I will get you to Victoria where you'll sign a reset. After that, you'll get to Roxanne where you will get your bond conditions and then you're free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Yes. Okay, counsel.
Morning, Judge. How are you, sir?
Howdy. Been a while.
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. I'm here on Matthew Owen this morning. I'm here for Mr. Pulowski. He's across the hall doing a plea. It's been my understanding that he has been accepted into PTI. He's done his TRAS. We've gotten the TRAS back. We're just waiting on the contract from the PA's office.
Cole, what say you on Mr. Owen?
I do have a note here. We have the TRAS saved, and I have a note from today at 9:02 a.m. that it says DWI PTI insurance expires 9/18/25. I'm not sure if that's the valid insurance that he had to submit or something.
I believe it would be.
Okay, and then that's the latest I have on that, so I guess we haven't gotten a contract.
You're not going to get it, I guess, until they give you get insurance.
That's what it's sounding like.
So we'll set you off for a week. Okay?
Yes, sir.
It's getting old. It's 190, so no more waived appearances. If you get everything done, then I'll waive it, but if not, he's got to be here.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Quick note, channel members, yesterday's Judge Fleischer stream, I have the file. It has some corruption based on the power outage yesterday, so I've got to try to clean it up and see if I can make it work. That's why it didn't get posted yesterday. I'm going to try to make it happen, but no guarantees on that one. Again, the power outage just messed everything up, so we're gonna try on that. Also, if you're not already a channel member, consider becoming one. It's $2.99 a month. It's not expensive at all. You get a whole lot of benefits, and one of them is I do make the full docket of Judge Fleischer available to you every time we're able to capture it.
Just have a seat and please follow the motion.
Hey, Jay.
All right, well, he continues to work through things. I'm going to step out of the studio for a minute. I need to use the restroom, and I've blown through all my beverages, so I'm going to go find a tasty beverage. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Denied a waiver withdrawal.
Because it's in your power to do so, and obviously you haven't seen.
And are they still coming here today?
They're here right now.
Then I'm not gonna grant this waiver withdrawal. Let them know. They're here
I
from,
can't let him know. Well, okay, I'd love to let him know.
they sent them down already?
Is there any reversal?
Yeah, probably always gonna pop away. Is there a way to communicate to where he's going?
We're going back to jail, so he's already time for head to jail, so that they know to get back.
Okay, so let's do this. I'll reach out to my court manager to try to tell admin to let him know.
It's like something, and I'll let his family members know, but I don't mind even going to the jail, but I think that I won't do it.
No, I'll call my admin right now.
Sylvia?
She can get it. Yeah, she's
magic.
gold.
She's
So-
magic. Do you want me to wait, see if he gets brought up, or y'all can just?
No,
pass along?
we're not gonna get him back up.
Just pass the
They're
message.
saying he's in transit back and then which is good because that way they can get him to Pennsylvania.
Right,
Let
and
me
it's
just step
to make
out.
sure, it's e-filed, so I don't know what you do electronically, but.
I can unsign it.
Okay,
Okay, that's not a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Reach out.
Thank you, Judge.
Wait a second. What was the name?
Harris,
Justin Harris. It's Justin's
Forget
case.
Justin's in jail.
Yes.
Damn.
You really wanted to.
Yeah. It's one of those things.
Hey.
Reach out.
Stacy. Hi.
I have Mr. Demikia, the custody case.
Okay.
And Your Honor, he has 2 DWIs. I was speaking to the state regarding an offer for a time served on one and dismissal on the other.
Okay.
We were just wondering if you would accept that offer.
Yeah, I mean, I would be hard pressed to have time served, but, you know,
He's been in
yes.
custody for 21 days, has an ICE for previous deportation. No videos on one of the cases that I'm requesting get dismissed. They're not gonna get it.
Okay, yeah. We do like, I don't know. So he has how much?
I believe
25 days.
So do 60 credit for 25 and on whichever one, you know, and then,
on the one with the
Well, yeah, I
videos.
think we were at 75, just.
oh, yeah, whatever you want. Yeah, yeah,
That works for
yeah,
me.
yeah. Okay. And then are you guys ready to?
We're working on that redaction issue right now. So,
He said he wanted to approach on something too.
yeah, this was, yeah, I can put, yeah.
I don't know if you want this on the record, but I've thought about it. I don't think I'll need Metter again because he didn't say the inconsistent statements were a major player. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
really I was going to
that's
focus
something.
on.
No, so let's just let him know. So, I mean, he felt awful. Let's just get him out of here, you know?
Yeah, and that he's got to work tonight too. So yeah, so I'd rather just get him out of here.
That's good.
Just we want to put that on the record.
Okay, quiet, we're going on the record. Please do not say anything. All right, we are back on the record in the trial case. And after speaking to both state and defense, both of you guys have come to the agreement that you are ready to release Deputy Metter, not subject to recall anymore.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so we'll let him go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I guess we'll start here momentarily.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Page 4.
Hey, hi, Maverick, come on up. How are you?
Good, you?
Good job.
Don't know what to do about Mr. Burnett, or Mr. Bennett. I know that you said he had a prescription.
He does.
Right, but, that prescription was from, what, 6 months ago or something?
I think he has he has numerous valid prescriptions. Do you not? Can I bring him up here until I can talk to him?
Yeah, but
He does.
otherwise I don't want him to use, you know, I mean,
I get that. That's where, and as a lawyer, it's hard for me to sit here and tell him like, hey, don't listen to, if the doctor's, again, I get the look and feel for these types of prescription, just give them, there's tons of pill mills in the city. I get that stance, but then it's also hard for me to say as a lawyer, well, how do I say that this guy needs it and this guy doesn't when I'm not a doctor? And And so it's hard for me to tell him, hey, don't do what the doctor says when
When did we do our first?
I feel like I've been here once a week, every week for the last 3 weeks on him. That's
what
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I get it.
No, I mean, that's why they're so difficult.
And it's not, I'm not upset by that or anything, but.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know when it's going to stop. He's got a prescription. If I remember, it was for 90, right?
This probably sounds right. Yes, Your Honor.
So I want to know when it's going to stop because I'm not going to let it continue for the next 6 months. You've got 90. You're not going to sit here and tell me that 90 is going to last you for the next 6 months and that you're going to continue to use. It's not going to happen. Come up, Mr. Bennett. And what's the purpose for? Is it for an injury? Is it for?
I think it's for, I could have sworn he was in a motor vehicle accident, but what, are you on pain medicine for injury or what?
I was in a wreck, but I haven't been using.
You're still testing positive for it?
When the last time I tested positive?
Last week.
I wasn't positive for it.
No.
Or
tested positive?
We were here on, was it Thursday or Wednesday of last week?
Last week, I did not test positive.
This is Mr. Bennett. When was his last UA? Please. If you're clean, I'm jumping up and down. Really?
Of the 17th, you told me the same thing, and I went and did my drug test, and I ain't have it in my system.
Let's see. I don't know. The last one I
He
showed.
got an email that he did, so that's why I assumed that he did. But I don't know.
And that's what I got too.
Last time I did a drug test, it wasn't in my system. Where they shake the bottle and show you right in your face.
His last drug test was on the 22nd, so it was yesterday.
And
I didn't.
Results?
They were presumptive positive for THC.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Wonderful. That's great. I'm proud of you. Great job. Great. I'm going to test you like crazy still. Don't use. Please. I'm going to let you go for the time being for the weed. But, after about 50 days, if you're still testing positive, that means you're continuing to use. Just don't. All right?
Sir.
Okay, we're good. I'll continue supervision.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
great. All right.
It's a regular quarterly June 3rd, so we're just come back on that.
Good job, Mr. Bennett. Really, great job. Hey, did you file conditions on bias? That was the reckless driving also.
Can you sign bond conditions?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Right.
Bilal Al-Zubayn, come on up.
Hey, Roxanne, I always waive all fees. Unless I tell you otherwise, assume that the fee's waived. So like in Emma Lynch's PR bond, I'm gonna check the waive fee so that she doesn't have to worry about it, okay? Look at how much she would have to pay. Look at for the bond for Lynch. That would be $450, So no, it's okay, but the presumption is that it's always waived, all the fees.
Yes, please, your attorney will prepare you to stay in contact.
Guys, you ready?
Judge, I'll just have a motion real quick, but other than that. That's okay. So.
You're gonna do it now?
Well, I'm not fine.
Oh. Please.
Yes, I got them reading. I got.
You're here. You're here. Guys, we are going on the record. Please do not talk If you need to talk, please go outside. Okay, so we're back on the record in the trial case, and before I ask the state to call its next witness, Ray, did you have something that you wanted to do?
I do, Your Honor, and just wanted to ask the court, I would file an oral motion to suppress any evidence obtained from the traffic stop. I don't believe there was probable cause for the traffic stop. Officer Metter indicated that he could not tell how fast he was going, that it was less than a quarter of a mile before to the next light where my client was stopped. It took over a minute for them to get there. Therefore, whatever speed Officer Metter perceived is inaccurate. He even indicated so himself. Also, Judge, at the same time, Officer Metter said that if not for his perceived speeding, he would never run my client's license plate. And I don't believe with him not running the license plate, he indicated that had he not perceived him to be speeding, he would have never ran his plate, and therefore would have never found out about the expired registration. And on top of that, the officer also testified that the expired registration in and of itself is not indicative of driving while intoxicated. I don't believe there was probable cause to pull him over based on the inability of the officer to say how fast he was going. And I don't believe that without that reasoning, he would never run his plate. If he would never run his plate and found out the expired registration, he would never got into the field sobriety test and we would not be here. So I'd ask for all evidence to be suppressed based on the fact that the officer did not have probable cause to even run his plate or stop him to begin with.
Okay, response?
Your Honor, the state would offer that there are several arguments being made here. The first of which is that the officer's suspicion was initially triggered based off of what he believed to be speed. He then follows that up with pasting, a method that is commonly used and applied by law enforcement. And he also verified that his speedometer was sort of calibrated that day. Because of that, he was able to pace the defendant at a speed that, even if it was not the speed of 64 miles an hour that the officer testified to, he knew that it was at least above the posted speed limit, which on its face is enough for the officer to initiate a traffic stop. However, the officer did not stop there, he went further. And even if that part of pacing is not accepted by Your Honor, the next part that the state would argue would be that the officer's initial suspicion was triggered. He continued to have suspicion of the vehicle. And then once he got up to the vehicle, he ran the registration. As he testified, he can do on any vehicle, as is commonly accepted. That once he found that the registration was expired, he then initiated a traffic stop at the next possible moment to do so, which, because of that expired registration, on its face is sufficient for the officer to initiate a traffic stop.
Okay, I get it. I'm going to deny your motion. I mean, I think that there's enough to go on. You know, officers, the training and experience, it's a 30-mile-an-hour road. They know when it's faster than that, and then they can run the license plate for, I'm going to deny the motion. Sorry,
Your Honor.
Okay. State, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Guys, we have a jury coming in. Or hold on a second. Hold on. Mr. Bias, come up. We'll have you sign so we can get you out of here. Is there anyone else that we need to get out? Okay. Lawyers, anything else that anyone wants to talk about real quick? No? Bueller? Okay, let's go.
Just at lunch, Your Honor, we're gonna make sure all our redactions were good, and we're gonna go over that at lunch break.
Yeah, we'll do that at lunch. At least get through one more witness before lunch.
Yes, sir. Can you get the jury first?
You ready?
All right.
Let's go. Come on, get them. Bring it.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue now with the state's next witness. Everybody please be seated. Who's your next witness, state?
State calls Officer Nicholas Ruiz Flacuen to stand.
If you mind, Deputy Miranda.
Your Honor, this witness has not been sworn in.
Okay, Deputy Reeves, come on up, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Any testimony you give will be the truth.
I swear.
Please take a seat. And I ask you to speak loudly, clearly. If you hear the word objection, just stop until we address it, and then you may continue. Okay? Okay, state, please.
Hey, Judge. Officer, would you please say your full name for the record?
Nicholas Ruiz.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a police officer with the Eastern Police Department.
How long have you been doing that for?
Approximately 2 years.
And what kind of training do you have to be an officer?
You have to go to the Eastern Police Department's Academy for approximately 8 months.
And what does that involve?
It involves training, case law, criminal code of procedure, things like that.
And officer, in your experience, have you ever been involved in a DWI investigation?
Yes, sir.
Can you approximate how many DWI investigations you've been involved in?
Numerous amounts.
And officer, how many languages do you speak?
I speak 2 languages.
What languages are those?
Spanish and English.
Which language was your first?
Spanish.
And have you continuously spoken Spanish your entire life?
Yes, sir.
Do you frequently use Spanish in your job?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had problems with people understanding your Spanish?
No, sir.
If they do they indicate that to you?
Yes, sir.
And how would they indicate that to you?
By asking me to repeat what I said.
Do you recall October 6, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And were you on shift that night?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to be involved in the incident we are here for today?
Officer Matter requested for Spanish speaking officer, and I checked bottom.
And when you got there, what'd you see?
I observed the defendant to be in a vehicle, and then Officer Matter asked me to step out and stand.
And when you say the defendant, who do you mean?
And I said it was a Christian.
You understand what that's in the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Okay, they will reflect.
Thank you, Honor. All right, so you get to the vehicle.
That's right.
What did you notice in your interaction with the defendant?
Upon making contact with the defendant, I observed his speech be slurred. I could smell alcoholic breath and committing from him.
And you said his speech was slurred.
That's correct.
And you're all right, and what did you do after that?
At that point, Officer Matter advised me to translate what his instruction for the SFPs for English Spanish.
Before that, did Officer Metter have you translate anything else?
That's correct. He asked me to translate the probable cause for the stop.
And after you translated the probable cause, what did you do?
I advised him, Officer Matter asked me to translate the SFPs.
And when you were translating the SFSTs, did you encounter any problems in translating those for the defendant?
No, sir.
How do you know that?
I repeatedly spoke to the same to the defendant, he understood, and he shook his head, saying yes.
At any point, was there any indication to you that he did not understand what you were saying?
No, sir.
All right, so after the SFSTs, what did you do?
I read him the DIC 24 or the DIC 24, the statutory warning against Spanish.
Okay. And did he indicate to you that he understood?
Yes, I asked him and he understood.
And what did the defendant say after you read the DIC project?
I asked him for a sample reference to which he consented. So he asked me why he was being arrested. I told him that he was being detained.
And did you have any other involvement after that?
No, sir.
Senator, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 3. Is this the form that you indicated you read to me?
Was any of the
Yes, you do.
yes. Yes.
To clarify for the record, what form is this?
The durations of periods of suspension. Yes, of course.
And you confirm that you read these to the defendant? And he understood it when you read it to him? State that's the limit, Sean.
Madam Johnson?
Please.
So you're saying this is the form that you presented to him, read to him, correct? Yes, sir. That one moment? Yes, sir. I apologize, Your Honor.
Yes. What, is it in evidence? Which form is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 3.
As far as I could see, only the DIC 25 is in evidence now, right?
It was the entire packet.
Sorry?
Your Honor, the entire packet, was,
Okay.
I believe, so it's marked as State's Exhibit 3.
Okay. Okay, so this is the form you read to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does that form explain?
The duration of the periods for suspension. So just based on whenever you commit the first crime, they go 180 days, 2 years.
Okay. Doesn't say anything about his rights or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Doesn't ask him for a breath sample or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
All it talks about is his license suspension, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that you observed slurred speech, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you have any reason to disagree? You weren't the lead officer, correct?
No, sir.
Who was the lead officer?
Officer Meadows.
Would you have any reason to doubt Officer Metter's observations and opinions?
No, sir.
Is he more senior to you?
Yes, sir.
So if Officer Metter testified that he did not observe slurred speech, somebody is wrong, correct?
Not exactly, sir.
Okay, well, if Officer Metter testified that he did not observe slurred speech, would Officer Metter be wrong, or would you be wrong in observing slurred speech?
I observed slurred speech. I'm not going to testify to what he observed, but I observed slurred speech.
But you have no reason to doubt what he saw and what he testified to, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as you know, you've never spoken to my client before, right?
No, sir.
So you don't know what his normal speech patterns are, correct?
No, sir.
So you don't know if that's just his normal speech.
No, sir.
You don't know if he has a speech impediment, correct?
No, sir.
I'm not going to show you. Maybe a breakdown.
Say it again.
I've never burned the declaration just yet. I have the declaration downloaded on the computer.
Okay,
Can we play the declaration on the computer?
sure. I mean, as long as you're okay with it. Yeah.
That's
You mean how? Well, what is it for?
This is the body cameras.
Okay, you want to do it? Just kind of show it to them, I guess? Like put it up on the podium here or?
Or we can put it through.
Oh,
We
there?
like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Just
I don't care. Yeah. As long as you're okay, both parties.
This is the version that's going to go back. All right, so this is State's Exhibit 2. Yeah, State's Exhibit 2. Okay, so that's you right there, correct?
That's correct.
So I don't get to speak a lot of English. But the reason for the stop, he's traveling 64 miles an hour to 35, and his registration expired November of last year.
Declaración que te paramos es porque estabas manejando 64 millas por hora en una lugar.
Okay, right there, what did you just tell him?
I told the probable cause for stopping.
And what exactly did you say was the probable cause for the stop?
That he was driving 64 miles an hour in the 35 area.
Did you see his reaction when you told him that?
No.
Registration expired November of last year.
La razón que te paramos es porque estabas manejando 64 millas por hora en un lugar.
That's not correct.
Okay, what was his reaction there?
Surprise.
Would it be fair to say that it seemed that he was disagreeing with what Officer Med was saying or what you were translating?
That's right.
Where's he coming from? De la casa. Uno quiso de la casa. Sí, no le vio como son. This what John said.
He says he's coming from home. ¿10-4? From Cleveland, he was over for now. Got it.
Lo que come como hace porque está malo.
He said they're coming from.
What was he saying there?
That he was helping someone to move.
Helping somebody to move, correct? Okay. But you didn't tell Officer Metter those words, did you?
I said he was helping a friend move.
Sorry?
I said that he was helping a friend move.
At this point, you said that?
But
Entonces, apenas llegamos, lo repartimos, lo que come como hace porque está malo.
He said they're coming from Cleveland, he was over for now. He got there, they're just like.
Yo estaba ayudando.
So he was helping for that.
He's coming from Cleveland or he's coming from South Florida?
Yeah.
Pero tengo allá, me fui a dejar a él, ¿no? Estoy viendo para acá, aquí se me hace más a la base.
Oh, so he's saying, he came from Cleveland, he was hoping to start, he's trying out, you know, we're down here because the gas is cheaper.
You heard him say earlier that he was going to his friend's house, correct?
that's correct.
You didn't translate that to Officer Metter, correct? At this point? You just said he came down here for gas is cheaper, right?
Well, he said he was helping a friend move in Spanish, and I told him that he was coming from Cleveland, they was coming from there, and that he came from here. The whole city that he provided was very.
I'm not, the state can ask questions if they need to. What I'm asking you is, your translation was not entirely accurate as to what he was saying, correct?
Are you referring to, was it verbatim?
Yes,
It wasn't. It was paraphrased.
it was paraphrased, correct?
That's correct.
So some things were left off, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then later on, okay, so just to make sure I'm clear, you didn't translate verbatim, you just gave summaries of what he was saying to you, correct?
I paraphrased what he was saying.
Paraphrased. Do you feel that it would be important, especially for Officer Metter, who's the investigating officer, to have exact translations so that nothing is missed?
That's correct.
And do you feel it should have been, if things were missed, and Officer Metter does, as far as you know, Officer Metter doesn't speak Spanish, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So if you didn't say certain things at all times, is it possible that you may have relayed inaccurate information to Officer Meta?
That's not correct. I just paraphrased the translation.
Okay.
I didn't say anything that was incorrect, just basically what you said.
But you didn't say all of the facts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if some facts were missing, it's possible that Officer Meta may have thought that there were inconsistencies in his statement, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor.
Be brief.
Yes, Your Honor. Does Officer Metter know Spanish?
No, sir.
Can you tell if somebody has slurred speech, generally speaking, if you don't know the language?
That's correct.
Sorry, let me clarify. Is it hard to tell if someone has slurred speech if you don't know the language?
No, sir.
It's not hard to tell if you don't know the language.
No, sir.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. I'm showing you the first page of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Did you read this to the defendant?
I'm gonna object, Judge. I think this has been been answered.
Has he already answered that he has done this?
Judge, defense counsel asked several questions that I believe need to be clarified for the jury on exactly what he read to the defendant, especially.
Has he already testified that he's read this?
He testified that he read the periods of suspension. That's what he testified that he read, and I believe that that's his testimony. The state going back is already, this question has already been asked and it's already been answered.
No, because this is this is not the DIC 25, right? This is the
Your Honor,
DIC, which one?
Your Honor, I would like to go through, there's 4 pages here. I'd
Right.
like to go through and clarify exactly what pages and what he read to the defendant.
Okay, overruled.
And Judge, my objection to that is this is the same exhibit. He had an opportunity to view that exhibit when they were asked and after, when he was presented with it. He went through and he indicated both on direct and cross-examination.
I don't want to limit his direct though, you know, okay, overruled. You may continue.
Did you read this page to the defendant?
Do you mean like, is he saying something?
Yes, just did you read it?
Usually was a very good with the DSC section.
Okay. Okay, so you read what's marked as page 2 of State's Exhibit 3, correct? Okay, you're indicating to me that you read what's marked as page 3 of State's Exhibit 3, correct? Okay. Did you read anything off page 4? Would you ever do?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not the arresting officer.
Just to clarify. Okay, so I'm showing you what's marked as page 2 of State's Exhibit 3. Did you read this to the defendant?
No.
You just testified on cross-examination that you read that to the defendant.
Yeah, I got confused with the other one.
Okay. I'm showing you page 3 of what's marked as State's Exhibit 3. Are these the statutory warnings
Yes, sir.
that you read?
Yes,
Did you read those to the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And what does this say? What is on here?
Basically, why he's being detained And then me asking him for a sample of breath, like what are the consequences of him saying no to a sample of breath and or blood.
And what did he say when you asked him?
He said it's not very long.
Is that visible on here on this form?
Yes.
Where does it say?
Right there, right where he signed over where I'm asking.
Where does it say that he consents?
Right there, the bottom where it says consentimiento, right next to it says firm, signing, that's where he signed right next to it. And the where that checkbox is him saying that he's giving consent to the taking of his breath.
And is that his signature?
That's correct.
Now, officer, you mentioned you were paraphrasing a little bit. How often do you use Spanish in your job to translate for investigations?
All the time.
When you're translating, do you translate what is being said verbatim?
On some occasions I do, on some occasions I translate paraphrase.
On the standardized field sobriety test, did you translate them verbatim?
I don't know.
Why, when you're translating something, would you not translate it word for word?
Because the translation from English to Spanish is different. Some words wouldn't make sense.
Were the general instructions the same, or were the general instructions that you gave the same in Spanish that Officer Metter was instructing in English?
That's correct.
And was that true for the entirety of your interaction in this instance?
That's correct.
Nothing further from the state.
Okay, briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
But that's actually not true, correct, Israel? Correct? It's not true that you translated verbatim everything, correct?
That's correct.
So when the state just asked you if that was what you did for the entirety of the investigation, that was the false answer, correct?
No, sir.
Well, they asked you, did you translate verbatim for the entirety of the investigation? You said yes.
He did. He asked me in some instances for investigation. I'm not sure if he asked me for this case specifically.
Oh, no, he asked you for this case.
I don't know about that.
So is that because you got confused again?
No, sir.
When you got confused, you said you got confused as to which form you read.
He didn't ask me about translate verbatim. I told you before I paraphrased what he was saying.
Okay, so it's possible you paraphrased the instructions as well, correct?
No, sir.
And what about the DSC form? You testified on direct and on cross-examination twice that you read him the suspension period page, correct?
That's correct. I got confused.
Well, you would agree with me that there's a big difference, even in Spanish, between something that says these are the periods of suspension, these are your rights under the law, correct?
That's correct.
As far as different languages and understanding slurred speech or noticing slurred speech, it's possible that even if you don't speak the language, you can still tell if somebody has slurred speech, correct?
That's correct.
Great. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
All right. You're done. Thank you so much for testifying. Stay safe out there. You have one more witness?
Two more witnesses, Your Honor.
Guys, you want to go through one more? What say you? Keep going? Lunch isn't here yet anyway, so. Okay, State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Donald Varner to the stand, Your Honor.
Come up, sir.
Your Honor, this witness has been sworn in.
Okay. If you'd be so kind to raise your right hand. Will you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Any testimony you give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please take a seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly, clearly. If you hear the word objection, just stop. We've addressed it, then you may continue. Okay.
Hey, Judge.
You may
You say your full name for the record.
Don Varner, Visa Victor, AR.
And what do you do for work?
Work for the city of Houston as a DWI technician.
And can you briefly describe your education and training you had to have to hold that role?
Yes, I went to the HP Academy for standard field sobriety test for SFC. 40-hour class with continuous education with the state of Texas to become a top lifer and go to the law school.
And how are you licensed?
Wait, what area?
How are you licensed? Are you licensed to operate an intoxicator?
Yes,
And how are you licensed?
with the state of Texas, take an exam every year and at least a minimum 5 drug tests a year.
And how long have you been licensed?
10 years,
And what instrument are you licensed to operate?
9,000.
Do you have your current license?
Yes,
Have you had any other special training or attended any special courses pertaining to your duties as an intoxicator operator?
yes.
What kind of training?
The standard field sobriety test
Give your voice back.
and the longest.
And just to clarify, do you presently hold a license from the Texas Department of Public Safety as a qualified operator of the intoxicator industry?
Yes,
And how often must your license be renewed to retain or to remain a qualified operator?
every year.
And when were you last licensed?
October the 31st of 2024.
And was your license current on October 6th, 2024?
Yes,
And were you on shift on October 6th?
yes.
On that date, did you administer an intoxication test to the defendant?
Yes,
And to the defendant, for the record, can you, is the defendant in this room?
yes,
For the record, can you point to the defendant and describe an article of clothing?
yes, a long sleeve button shirt, black and white.
Your Honor, just say with us that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Hey, well.
Prior to administering that test, was the defendant continuously in your presence for at least 15 minutes?
Yes,
Why do we do that?
to make sure the BAC, in this case, breath alcohol concentration level is as accurate as possible
How does that ensure that it's accurate?
By me being in the same area, at least 15 minutes and to observe that they didn't put anything in their mouth or having gum or vomit.
Did anything like that occur within that 15-minute period?
No.
Did you check to see if the defendant had anything in their mouth?
Yes.
Did it?
No.
What intoxilizer model did you use to conduct these tests?
The 9,000.
And do you recall the serial number of the machine that you used?
Yes.
What is that serial number?
90001482.
And can you please explain to the jury how an intoxilizer test?
I'm in the same area with whoever's providing the breath sample to make sure they don't vomit or throw up, because you want to be as equal as possible. Nothing like that occurs. You turn on the instrument, do a cycle, put the subject's name, date of birth, and verify that you've been watching for 15 minutes, your signature, and then go through the process.
And can you go into that process?
Yes. The instrument itself, it goes through an operation check, then an airplane, and then calibration verification check, and then solution temperature, then the airplane. Then the subject will do the first test, airplane again, airplane, second test, airplane, calibration verification check, solution check, airplane, end of operation.
Can you explain when you're saying airplane? What does that mean?
The last result, it's the solution is trying to make the first results to be triple zeros. So when you get the second results, there's no BAC, in this case, alcohol concentration in the last results.
And is that essentially to ensure that the intoxilizer is performing?
Yes.
Were those tests done in this case?
Yes.
You ever made an approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the results of the breath test.
And you see the results. What does this exhibit indicate that everything was done properly?
Yes.
How do you know that?
It would not be a valid test if anything occurs with the instrument. It would give you an incomplete test and give you a reason why it's incomplete.
And whose signature is at the bottom of that page?
That's mine.
And what were the results of this test?
That's a question a technical supervisor with the state of Texas would have to answer.
And what I've showed you with State's Exhibit 4 previously, was this the exact test that was used on that day for this defendant?
Yes.
And as we've gone over this a little bit, but as part of the automatic operation of the intoxilizer, does the instrument perform an operating system check before each test?
Yes.
And are the results of that certain exam entered on the analytical report?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
I object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And what's marked as State's Exhibit 4, what I just showed you, is that an original or a duplicate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What I previously showed you has been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Is that an original or a duplicate?
The original copy, I'm not too sure it's the original form itself.
Stay past the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Please.
And Mr. Varner. You indicated that part of your process is to make sure that the defendant is in your view for at least 15 minutes before administering the test. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it has to be 15 minutes, right?
yes,
And what is the reasoning behind that?
to make sure the PAC level is accurate at that time.
And that, you're supposed to do that on every single breath test, correct?
Yes,
You didn't do that on this case, correct?
no, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
I said you didn't do the 15-minute observation period on this case, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you did do 15 minutes,
Yes,
and you're absolutely positive about that.
yes,
Just as positive as you are about the breath test and that the toxicology are working accurately, correct?
yes,
No doubt in your mind whatsoever.
no doubt.
May I approach your honor? And we'll probably need a break, Judge. I've got some videos I need to show him.
Okay, can you take the jury out, please? Jurors, we'll take a 5-minute break. I'll bring you back in and we'll continue. Okay.
All right, for the jury.
Please proceed. Ray, what you got? Have you seen this place? Do you know?
It's evidence. It's not, no, it's not evidence, but it's an historical case.
Okay, got it.
Sorry.
Hey, guys, is there anyone else that needs anything? You do? You have a plea? Tony's here. Kill two birds with one stone. Hey, while you're discussing, can we do a plea?
Yeah, I'll take your option. Okay.
Okay, bring him. Tony, do you mind helping us out with this plea real quick?
Let me get.
You have the paperwork? Or you want to sign?
Print it out. Yeah, I think I sign.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw Sarah's been sitting here too. Does she need something? Do you know?
I do see her things done.
Yeah. Ray, do you want this on the record or no? Okay. Off the record. No, we're good.
Oh, that's much.
No. They were talking. Ms. Morgan, who is this?
Is this Ben here, Your Honor?
Oh, they make it.
Esos son los que lo que son.
Okay. You want to come up right now?
Yeah, I guess so. Just so y'all can go do whatever you need to do. Yeah.
I will find out who this was so we can get it cleared up.
Like, does she? What's your name, ma'am?
She was my proposed victim yesterday, we go as today, they were trying to not discuss it, they were only review if they're gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Moreno. Moreno? Yeah, Valeria. What is she? Moreno, Valeria.
Moreno. It's way from here. She didn't even have to be here. So, well, it's probably getting reset. So we'll talk to Vic and see. Victoria.
Yes, Judge.
Have you heard from Michael Pham?
No, Judge.
Come on. All right, you are Mr. De Mejia Nunez.
Yes.
You were charged with 2 counts of driving while intoxicated. You have worked out an agreement where they're going to dismiss one of them. You're pleading to the other one. It's 75 days in jail with credit for the 25 days that you have done. Is this how you understand the agreement?
Es el mismo acuerdo. I'm sorry, Judge.
Is this how you understand the agreement?
Entiende que era el acuerdo. Yes.
Giving up the right
Está
to a trial,
renunciando su derecho a un
right to
juicio.
compel witnesses to testify on your
Su
behalf,
derecho a tener
confront and
testigos que
cross-examine.
escuchen y interrogar.
If you're not a citizen, there are
Si
possible
no es
immigration
ciudadano,
consequences.
hay
You can be
posibles
deported,
consecuencias migratorias.
excluded from the country,
Puede ser
denied
deportado,
naturalization. You give
excluido
up
del
the right
país,
to
debido a
appeal.
jurisdicción,
Once you plead
el
guilty,
derecho a
this
apelar.
will go on your record.
Cuando
It's
esto
going to
termine,
be there
esto va a
forever.
expediente y permanecerá ahí por siempre. Yes.
From now on,
De ahora en
if
adelante.
you ever get pulled over, an officer is going to see all these DWIs. And if you smell like alcohol or dope, it's probably not going to go well for you.
Ahí bien.
Every day, someone dies from a DWI in our nation, in our state, in our county. Don't kill anyone.
Mate a nadie.
No mates a una persona. Because of these DWIs that are with you now, I'm telling you, anytime you get pulled over, you have a funky smell. It's probably not going to go well. So if you're going to drink, if you're going to have 32 shots of tequila, 52 beers, don't get into a car. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm going to suspend your
Voy a
license for 1 year.
suspender su licencia por un año.
Okay. Do not drive until you get a license. The other thing I'm going to tell you is I don't know what your immigration status is, but if you're not in this country and you continue to come back without permission and you get caught by the feds, it could be a 5-year federal sentence on an illegal reentry. So be careful. If you want to do things, do it the right way.
Hágalo de manera correcta.
How do you plead to the offense? Guilty or not guilty?
No, culpable.
Culpable.
Guilty.
Find you guilty. I'm gonna
Entonces, lo
send you.
culpable lo
Good
sentencia.
luck to you, son.
Buena suerte, señor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
I'll sign it. I just haven't put it in, I'll sign it. Vic, I don't know what to do about Miss Davis, but it's 12:30 and I mean, you haven't heard from Michael, so,
No, he did swing by earlier,
okay.
but I think we had started already, so he left. I'll reach out to him
guess-
and see if he can come back.
Well, it's already 12:30. I'm willing to, set it for, next week if she wants.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Okay, thanks. We'll set you off to next week, man. We'll let you pick the day, whatever day you want. Yeah, we'll let him know, and then we'll get you out of here momentarily. Shouldn't have to sit here and wait. Okay. Family, you ready? Ready?
I think the state wanted to address an issue with you regarding the videos, Judge.
Come talk to me.
Mom's trying.
What's the word?
So,
You want records? Yes. You want to just informally move on? Yeah, we could do informal first and then.
Okay, sure. So we're not on the record now?
Not right now.
Okay, talk to me.
So what I was showing him is the video from the in-talks room in JPC, where it shows that he comes in and then 6 minutes later is when he actually does the test. What they're informing me is that the observation period began outside, but there's videos from the outside, which we don't have, so there's no way of us to confirm the 15-minute observation period. I'm asking for these to come in just so I can make that argument. I think the state's going to object to it as to the weight of the evidence. That's wait. So I'm just
You're objecting to him having admitting this evidence?
I thought you said.
No, we're, no objection to the videos coming in. No. If you want to do that, that's fine. I'll just, I'll go back. And
Yeah, I'm gonna let it in regardless. I was gonna let it in.
I thought you said something about the weight of the evidence.
No.
I
I
was saying if you are objecting to like some kind of breath test, saying, well, the breath test isn't good because we don't have this video, I would just say it's not a
Is there a
admissibility
time
question,
that
it's a weight.
delineates when he was actually arrived at the station?
No,
Come on, there has to be.
it's not.
There always is. They document damn near
The
every.
offense report, man.
The offense report does, but he can't testify as to the offense report.
No.
Yeah, that's. Sarah, do you need anything before we start up? No? Okay. So let's go. You ready? No, I want to see how far we can get, Do you have any witnesses?
I don't have.
Yeah, just literally, just have them eat, deliberate and eat. You ready?
What's the food?
Pizza. I'm sure that they would run to get it and. So you're starting right now, right?
Yes.
You haven't done anything yet so far, am I right?
No.
Right. Josh.
It's just a USB drive.
Oh, I remember. I mean,
You're good.
leave your cell phone for it and it shows.
All right, so the jury.
Okay, please be seated. Ray, you may continue.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
And I'm sorry, do you have an official title or designation or is Mr. Klein? Okay, Mr. Varner. During the break, I showed you some videos, correct?
Yes.
And those videos were contained on this USB drive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as you know, the videos that you observed are a fair and accurate depiction of what happened at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have they been altered or modified in any way?
No.
Generating to opposing counsel for Objections?
So this would be defense one.
Defense one, yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Mr. State, Your Honor.
Okay, it'll be admitted, and that is a USB of the intox room?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor. Two separate views from the intox room. May I publish, Your Honor?
Please.
All right, Mr. Varner, so this is the intoxicology room at JPC, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is where suspects are taken in for their breath test, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so who do we see here in this video?
He, Officer Metter, and Reno. Got a mess. Got a mess.
Close enough. Okay, so my client, you and Officer Metter, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we're about the 1 minute 14 second mark, correct? Can I hear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to fast forward a little bit because there's a lot of sitting around. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, is this when you begin the breath test?
Yes.
Okay, and we're at the 6 minute and 45 second mark. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that 15 minutes?
1:45 to 6:45, no.
And so this is where you begin the breath test, correct?
Yes.
Now you indicated on direct examination that you also check their mouths before they blow. Is that correct?
Yes.
We don't see you check his mouth there, do we?
No.
Okay, and then this is just him blowing into the device, correct?
The first sample, yes.
Okay. And then there's a waiting period and then the second sample, correct?
Yes.
And as part of State's Exhibit State Exhibit 4. May I approach you?
Please.
Is this your writing on the second page here?
Yes.
Okay. And without going into too much detail, what does it say next to breath?
MOAB.
And what does MOAB stand for?
Moderate odor alcoholic beverage.
Moderate odor of alcoholic beverage?
Yes.
And is that something that you observed or is that what you were told by the officer?
That's what I served.
Okay. So not a strong odor of alcohol, correct?
No.
And in your experience, how many times have you administered a breath test?
Almost 3,000 a year.
3,000 a year?
Yes.
Okay. So in all of those times, if they had a strong odor of alcoholic beverage, you would indicate that, correct?
Yes.
They had a moderate odor of alcoholic beverage, you would indicate that, correct?
Yes.
They had a mild odor of alcoholic beverage, you would indicate that as well, correct?
That would be moderate, it would be mild, but distinct.
Okay, so a difference between strong and moderate / mild, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that just even a couple of beers could provide moderate odor of alcohol, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further?
Briefly, Judge. Was what we saw in the video the entire observation period?
No.
Why not?
So the JPC, we have limited space and we have not as talk so much for the first few people. And we don't have enough time to wait on room, so we have to reserve outside for both to go to the room or somebody else to use the room.
Did you do that on this test?
Yes.
And was the full 15-minute period observed?
Yes.
And did you check his mouth before?
Yes.
Was everything you did on this specific test done in accordance with your standard procedure?
Yes.
Nothing further than say.
Okay. Right.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Mr. Varner, just so we're clear, there are, this was done at the JPC, correct?
Yes.
In that sense, for a joint processing center, correct?
Yes.
And there are cameras all throughout JPC, correct?
Yes.
But you or whoever's in charge of your videos did not provide either the state or myself the video of the observation period outside, correct?
You're correct.
So the only thing that we can physically see is the 6-minute time period between the time you enter the room and the time you do the test, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. All right, may this witness be excused?
Nothing further than say.
No recall, right?
No recall.
Okay. Mr. Honor, you're excused. Thank you for your testimony. Be safe. You have one final witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You want to keep going, last witness, or do you want to? All right, state, call your last witness.
They call Stephen Cooper to send you.
Okay.
Give me some pressure on Your Honor.
Your Honor, this witness has not been sworn in.
Okay, all right, Mr. Cooper, if you come on up, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Come up, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Any testimony you give will be the truth.
Yes.
See? Please speak loudly, clearly. If you hear the word objection, stop until we've addressed it, and then you may continue. Okay? All right. State.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Stephen Cooper.
And what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist as well as a technical supervisor.
And how long have you done
For about 7.5 years now.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Texas at Arlington, as well as a minor in biochemistry.
And do you hold any memberships in scientific or professional organizations?
Yes, I am a member of the International Association for Chemical Testing as the website chair. I'm also the past president of the Alcohol Testing Alliance.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities as a technical supervisor?
So they include being a custodian of records of all breath test records generated through the Texas Department of Public Safety for the area that I cover. I also train operators on the use of the Intoxilizer 9000. I testify in court for DWI trials, and I'm also in charge of the Intoxilizer 9000s in my area, performing any maintenance and inspection that's needed.
And what is the Texas Breath Alcohol Testing Program?
So that is the program that oversees all Intoxilizer 9000s in the state of Texas, as well as operators being trained on the use of them for all breath DWI investigations being conducted.
And are you presently certified by the Texas Department of Public Safety as a technical supervisor?
Yes, I am.
What date were you certified on?
It was in December of 2017.
And what training do you have to have for that certification?
So it includes a several month-long training process, usually around 6 to 8 months. It includes attending various training courses taught by other technical supervisors in the area throughout the state of Texas. You also must attend various training courses outside of Texas, one of which being the Borkenstein class hosted through Indiana University, where you learn about the physical and mental impacts of alcohol in the body. You also must attend a course hosted by CMI, the creators of the Intoxilizer 9000, where they teach you how to perform maintenance of the Intoxilizer 9000. You then also must go through operator school, go through a mock trial process, and then have a written and oral test conducted.
Have you conducted any experiments on your own as to the workings and the reliability of the Intoxilizer 9000?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the underlying scientific theory that the Intoxilizer 9000 instrument is based upon?
Yes, it's based upon infrared spectroscopy.
Can you explain that? What's infrared spectroscopy?
So essentially, in our instrumentation, you have an infrared light source and a photodetector analyzing that infrared light source. You can sort of envision this by, say, you're standing in a hallway holding a flashlight that's emitting light, and you have a friend at the other end of the hallway staring at the light coming out of your flashlight. Now, if you can sort of envision the hallway filled with something such as smoke, the more smoke that enters the hallway, the less light your friend is going to see. So similarly, in the instrumentation, the more ethanol on an individual's breath that fills the test chamber is going to absorb this infrared light, the less light the photodetector is going to see. And now the instrument is calibrated that as the light it sees increases, the concentration of ethanol in the chamber goes up. So it has a proportional calculation that it does at that point.
And is that theory considered valid by the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
Can you explain a little bit more about how the instrument specifically applies that theory?
So it's kind of applying it through what's referred to the Lambert-Beer law, stating that a constant temperature of pressure proportion is absorption is proportionate to concentration.
And was that technique properly applied in this case?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that?
It's the scientific basis behind the Toxolizer 9000. The instrumentation related to this have been around for decades now, and there's much research behind this.
Do you know an toxolizer operator by the name of Donald Varner?
Yes, I do.
Is Mr. Varner certified by the Texas Department of Public Safety as an intoxilizer operator?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Intoxilizer 9000 that was used in this case?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that instrument?
It's an instrument in my area that I'm regularly responsible for.
And has the Intoxilizer Instrument Model 9000 been approved and or certified by the Texas Department of Public Safety?
Yes, it has.
Was this particular instrument certified and operated as part of the breath alcohol testing program?
Yes, it was.
And as part of your duties, you stated you're responsible for the maintenance and monitoring of the instruments in your area. Can you describe to the jury what this involves?
So one of the first things that it involves is conducting our monthly quality assurance inspections. We travel to each of our locations throughout the Houston, Galveston, and Brazoria County area that are hosted in various courthouses and police departments. The first thing that I do upon getting there is ensure that the instrument is functioning properly. We also have a simulator device attached to the side of the instrument. It contains a known concentration of 0.08 in it, and we replace that on a monthly basis. And then we run a practice test. I also blow into the instrument to ensure that it's reading a 0 for myself. If any maintenance is required of the instrument, I would take care of it, most likely by removing it, replacing it in my lab, or performing some maintenance on site if need be.
And what was the closest date before October 6, 2024 that you checked this particular intoxilizer instrument?
That would have been September 23rd, 2024.
What was the condition of this particular instrument at that time?
It was functioning properly at that time after the technical supervisor initially forgot to plug in the simulator cable. She then plugged it in and had a complete test afterwards.
And what was the closest date after October 6, 2024 that you checked this particular instrument?
That would have been October 22nd, 2024.
And was the operational condition of this particular instrument, excuse me. What was the operational condition of this particular instrument at the time?
It was functioning properly at that time as well.
And did that particular instrument require any repairs between the dates that you checked?
No, it did not.
And do you have an opinion based upon your experience and training as to the operational condition of that instrument on October 6, 2024?
Yes, that it was functioning properly at that time.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a Texas Forensic Breath Alcohol Analytical Report.
And as part of a particular test, is the operator required to have the subject continuously in his or her presence for a minimum period of time prior to conducting the test?
Yes, 15 minutes.
And what is the purpose of that 15 minutes?
It's to ensure that there's no residual amount of alcohol on an individual's breath that could falsely lead to higher elevations than what they actually are at.
Does the analytical report indicate that the proper operational methods and testing techniques were followed in administering this particular test?
Yes.
How can you tell that from observing the analytical report?
I can tell that by observing that first and foremost, everything's printed clearly on the page. All of the air blanks are reading 0. The operator's signature is on the page, as well as an indication that they conducted the 15-minute waiting period. There's a test complete indicated on the page as well as no incomplete test messages either.
What is the calibrated verification solution?
So that
Yeah, I'm sorry, what was that?
What is the calibrated verification solution?
So that would be the simulator that I alluded to earlier. It is the reference device containing our known concentration. The instrument reads this twice during every subject test.
Who prepares the calibrated verification solutions for use with intoxilizer instruments?
That would be myself and my coworkers.
How do you prepare these solutions?
We typically will travel to Austin and create them in a large batch. We have a large container containing several hundred gallons of water that we fill up. We add ethanol to create roughly 500 bottles of 500 milliliters. And it contains our known concentration of 0.08. And then we label them, seal them, and then we use them on a monthly basis.
And how, I'm sorry, are those solutions periodically checked?
Yes, monthly.
And how is that done?
That is done at our monthly inspections. We use a new bottle every single time, and then we conduct a practice test with it.
How is the predicted value entered into the Intoxilizer 9000?
So there is no predicted value entered into the Intoxilizer. The instruments are calibrated in our lab, and then the calibration is verified using these simulators with the reference device, with the reference samples in them, sorry. And that's done just to verify the instrument is calibrated properly. And then when an individual blows into the instrument, it uses its calibration to essentially analyze the individual's breath at that point.
Does the analytical report that's marked as State's Exhibit 4 reflect that the result of the calibrated verification system was within the tolerance level of the analytical report value?
Yes, it does.
And what happens if it's out of tolerance?
So if the instrument reads its calibration verification outside of the acceptable range of 0.07 to 0.09, then the instrument will flag an incomplete test with an exception message stating cal verification out of tolerance.
And what happens if it is out of tolerance? Or, I'm sorry, excuse me. No. What does alcohol concentration mean?
In regards to what?
The analytical report says alcohol concentration. What does that mean?
Are you referring to the subject results?
Yes.
So that would be the 2 breath samples that each subject administers throughout the breath test. They provide the first one, and then they provide the second one approximately 2 minutes later.
What steps should the operator of the intoxilizer follow in taking a breath sample?
So the first thing that must be conducted is the 15-minute waiting period. Then at that time, the operator will then input the subject's information into the instrument through either scanning, typing, or swiping their driver's license. They then confirm that they conducted the 15-minute waiting period along with their signature, and then they can start the test at that point.
And then can you please describe for the jury the steps the instrument automatically performs?
Sure. So the first thing that occurs during this sequence of analysis is the operational system check. It's when the instrument performs an electronic check on itself to confirm that everything's functioning properly. There's then a 30-second air blank conducted. This is the instrument purging the testing chamber to ensure that there are no foreign contaminants or residual alcohol left behind.
The instrument then goes through its first calibration verification check where it checks that known solution that we have attached to it. The instrument will then go through a second air blank to again purge the sample chamber. At that point, the subject then provides their first breath test sample. There is then a third air blank followed by a 1 minute waiting period. And then at that point, it's just a mirror image from what I just went through, ending on the second final operation system checks. And what were the results of the 2 breath samples of the subject in this case?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that has not been entered into evidence yet.
What was your question?
What were the results of the 2 breath samples of the subject in this case?
Okay, good.
And just again, you verified that this is the analytical report that was used for this test, right? Yes. And it's a true and accurate depiction of that analytical report? Yes. I'm tendering State's Exhibit 4 for defense inspection.
Improper predicate, Judge.
I'm showing you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. Did you review this analytical report? Yes. Does the information here match everything in this case? Yes. And this is a fair and accurate copy of that report? Yes. Your Honor, I'm tendering State's Exhibit 4 to defense counsel for inspection.
Still believe it's improper predicate, Judge.
Say it again?
I believe it's still improper predicate.
One more.
I can't hear you. Just put on.
Mhm. Well, the only thing I would think that is it has been altered in any way, you know? That's fine. That's fine, Judge. There's still one missing. Huh? There's still one missing. I don't know. I can't think of what you're. I was gonna say, but if you have an objection. Okay, I mean, just.
May I tell the court ex parte?
Um,
I don't want. If I say it.
yeah, I mean, I just.
She will ask her questions.
Okay. I don't have a problem. But but it's.
Here, 21st, move back.
So this will pass this document in preparation of letting you forgot what it's on. Forgot what it's a record of it. Context now, which this is some conflict maintained. So it's listening. I did it. Without me. So we're listening. You still have destination. So, I mean, just theory.
I didn't hear you. Okay.
Gentlemen, may I approach?
Please.
All right. I'm showing you again what's been marked as safe and good before. Are you the custodian of records for these types of things? Yes. For this particular one? Yes. Is this the type of record that's kept in the normal course of business for the Department of Public Safety? Yes. Has it been altered in any way? No. United States is tendering to defense counsel for inspection.
Objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, it'll be a minute.
Judge, you indicated it would be
Yes.
state.
It'll be 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I publish for the jury?
Please. Still not working. Nothing's working.
And we've already gone over this, but just to refresh, this is the exact document used that is reflective of the results from the specific breath test for this defendant.
Yes.
And what were the results of that test?
They were 0.153 and 0.160 grams per 210 meters.
And are these results greater than or less than the legal limit of intoxication set by the state of Texas of 0.08 grams to 210 liters of breath?
They are greater than.
Good, thank you. With the results of these two breath samples within the allowed tolerance specified by the scientific director of the Texas Department of Public Safety?
Yes, they were.
And again, what happens if the two breath samples are not within the allowed tolerance?
So if the two breath samples are not within the allowed tolerance of 0.02, then the instrument will flag an incomplete test with an exception message stating no subject 0.02 agreement.
During the course of your training, did you learn about the effects of alcohol upon a person's mental and physical faculties?
Yes, I did.
Based on your training and experience, how can alcohol affect a person's mental faculties?
So mentally, one of the first things impacted is an individual's judgment. Next, things affected would be in individuals' inhibitions. They might start doing things that they wouldn't normally do. The perception, they might start seeing things happening around them that might not necessarily be exactly how they're occurring. Then an individual's vision can be impacted. This can result in blurry or double vision, and especially in individuals' tracking ability, so the ability to follow objects from side to side, either while they're driving or walking.
And based on your training experience, have you or yourself conducted or participated in any experiments on the effects of alcohol on a person's mental and physical faculties?
Yes, I have.
And based upon your studies and your own experience, do you have a personal opinion as to the alcohol concentration at which a person does not have the normal use of his or her mental or physical faculties?
Yes, and I would say that that would be 0.08, with some individuals displaying signs of intoxication at lower concentrations as well.
Why do you hold that?
I hold that opinion based off of research as well as dosing operators at operator school, as well as myself being dosed at operator school, and just from personal experience as well.
And in your opinion, would a person with an alcohol concentration of 0.153 or 0.160 have lost the normal use of his or her mental or physical faculties?
Hold on. I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't believe this witness has been established as an expert, so we hope not provide an opinion.
Really? Response?
Your Honor, based on the witness's educational background that he provided, his training and experience which he provided, the extensive training that he provided,
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Sorry. Okay.
In your opinion, would a person with an alcohol concentration of 0.153 or 0.160 have lost the normal use of his or her mental or physical faculties?
Yes.
And why do you hold that opinion?
I hold that opinion based off of my training, personal experience, and as well as research as well.
And there's two subject results this year. Why are there two numbers?
That is because each individual that has the test administered on them, they provide 2 breath samples. And usually in terms of calculations, we typically will go with the lowest of the 2 to give the benefit of the doubt to the subject.
Are the subject's test results a representation of his or her alcohol concentration at the time of the test or at the time of driving?
At the time of the test.
is it possible to determine a person's alcohol concentration at the time of driving?
Yes, it could be, as long as specific facts are provided, and that would be referred to as a retrograde extrapolation.
Can you explain that process for the jury?
Sure. So it entails with specific facts such as the time of last drink, time of last meal, time of stop, as well as a concentration that an individual blew at a time of test. It is possible to determine what an individual's alcohol concentration would have been at a previous point in time, such as the time of stop or time of incident or time of driving, all kind of referring to the same thing there.
And what is absorption?
Absorption is the process of ingesting alcohol, usually through the form of drinking it, and then it being absorbed into the body largely through the small intestine.
And what is elimination?
Elimination is the body's process of eliminating alcohol from the body. Alcohol is metabolized and broken down by the liver, but it is also eliminated through breath, sweat, and urine, with the breath elimination being the basis for which a breath sample is provided and analyzed through the intoxilizer.
Given the facts in this case, were you able to extrapolate?
I would need to know those facts before being able to.
State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. There you are.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Cooper. Is it Dr. Cooper? Just Mr. Cooper. Okay. I don't want to be disrespectful or anything. Oh, no, you're fine. Okay, so your state just finished up their questioning with extrapolation, is that correct? Yes. Okay, so you would need a specific set of facts to make that determination, correct? Correct. And if you don't have the specific set of facts, you cannot extrapolate back, is that correct? That is correct. So again, it's 0.153, 0.160, that's at the time he blew, but not necessarily at the time he was driving, correct? Correct. Now, you talked about the 15-minute waiting period. What was the, what's the importance of that 15-minute waiting period? It's to ensure that there's no residual amount of alcohol in an individual's breath that could be leading to a false elevation or test reading, such as if you were to take a shot of liquor and then immediately blow into the instrument, the excess alcohol in your mouth would read exceedingly higher than what your actual blood concentration is. Okay, and if the 15-minute period is not observed, would that be a problem? If it was not properly observed, it would be a breach in our procedures. And in your training and experience, you indicated that somebody with 0.153 could have lost their judgment, and inhibitions, things like that, correct? Correct. Also in your training and experience, is it possible for somebody to be below 0.153 and not have lost all of their faculties? As far as what concentration? We don't know, but let's say if they're below, because you talk about the body absorbing, right? Correct. So your body has to absorb alcohol first, correct? Before it can eliminate? Yes. And that's a process that takes some time, correct? Elimination begins at the same moment that absorption would begin. Okay, but that doesn't happen like immediately. Like you don't take a shot and it immediately starts absorbing and eliminating, correct? A small amount is absorbed in the mouth and the stomach lining, with the majority being in the small intestine. Okay, but in the mouth and stomach lining, that would not register on this machine, correct?
It depends on how much is absorbed. I would assume that it would not lead to a very high reading at all.
So again, if somebody was below this amount, would they lose their mental and physical faculties? Or would it depend on their tolerance?
I would say that all mental faculties are for sure lost to the 0.08. Tolerance, that an individual has displayed could affect the outward signs of their physical faculties being impaired.
Okay, so you're saying all mental faculties would be lost?
At 0.08, yes.
Okay, so a mental faculty would be the ability to drive a vehicle, correct?
Yes, I would say that that is utilized in that.
Okay, so if somebody's still able to drive a vehicle, based on what you just said, that means they would be below a 0.08, correct?
I would say the ability to drive is largely impacted by how well they're driving, impaired versus not impaired.
Okay. So you would expect to see swerving?
Potentially.
You would expect to see maybe an accident?
That could be a possibility, yes.
Okay. You would expect to see possibly erratic driving, kind of all over the road, maybe hitting another car or coming close to hitting another car, things like that?
That could be a possibility as well, yes.
Okay. What about speeding?
Yes, I would say that could be an indication as well.
Okay, but have you ever received a speeding ticket?
Yes, I have.
And were you intoxicated when you received that speeding ticket?
No, I was not.
So it's possible to speed even though you have all of your mental faculties, correct?
That is correct.
So speeding is not by itself indicative of intoxicated driving, correct?
No, it could be still a sign of intoxication.
Would you expect to see others?
Potentially.
Now, are you familiar with the standard field sobriety tests?
I am roughly familiar with them, yes.
So you're not certified in them, correct?
No, I am not.
Now, this machine you said was last tested on 9/23/24, correct?
Before the subject test, yes.
And you said that the operator at that point forgot to plug in a tank, is that correct?
Nikithia Rogers, she forgot to plug in the simulator communication cable, which is what connects the simulator to the toxilizer.
Was that the case when this breath test was taken?
No, that was during her QA inspection.
All right, so just to be clear, these results are at the time of the breath test, correct?
Correct.
And without additional facts, you cannot determine what his alcohol level was at the time of driving, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, question. Okay.
Anything further, state?
Judge Moot, Coach.
Sure. Scoot on. I know. Well, he testified that there was one that was like there was different testimony as to right. So yeah, I mean, what are you trying to do? How? Not through him.
No, not through him. It would have to be prior. But
You can't use him.
no, I can.
Right. Let's continue. Okay, thank you. So State, do you have anything further?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Make it brief.
Outside the .08 number, are there other factors to be considered when determining if an individual is intoxicated?
In regards to mental and physical faculties,
Yes.
some individuals could display signs of intoxication even after their first drink of alcohol. Tolerance also plays a factor as well. But tolerance is only the outward display of being able to mask your physical signs of intoxication, and it has no impact on your mental signs of intoxication.
So it isn't just one specific thing that tells you whether an individual is intoxicated or not.
I'm not really sure what you're asking.
Do you evaluate multiple factors when making your analysis?
I'm gonna check, Judge. I don't know exactly what he's asking. If there's multiple factors as to this breath test,
He's right.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll rephrase.
Okay.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Was everything for this breath test done in accordance with standard policy procedures?
as far as what I've observed on the breath records, yes.
Nothing further than stated.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down.
Thank you.
State, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so you rest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll have a motion, Judge.
Okay, so hold on. Can you take the jury out for 1 second? But don't take them far. Yeah, but just don't take them far.
All right, for the jury.
Okay, please be seated.
You got right out the door, there's gonna be a coach.
Sure, of course. For what it's worth, I don't think they can hear anything, but absolutely.
Just
Yeah.
rather
Of
safe,
course.
sorry.
Absolutely.
So Judge, I'd be asking for a motion to directed verdict. I believe this state has failed to meet its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. First and foremost, they never established whether or not he was operating a motor vehicle. They identified the type of vehicle, but they didn't ask any witnesses if it was a motor vehicle. And that was never established. That's the first part. Second part, I don't believe they've established intoxication beyond a reasonable doubt. They never asked any of their witnesses if the person had lost the mental or physical faculties. All they did was go through the field sobriety tests and then indicate what the results of the field sobriety tests were. But none of the witnesses indicated whether or not they had lost their mental or physical faculties. And on top of that, finally, Judge, with this witness, the breath test, he was able to establish that the breath test was done at the time that was his blood alcohol concentration at the time of the test, not at the time of driving. Without any additional information, there's no indication what his blood alcohol was at the time of driving. So therefore, I don't believe they've established their burden as one, as to a motor vehicle. Two, which the complaint or the information says, operated a motor vehicle in a public place in Harris County, Texas. And then also as far as the intoxicated portion, like I said, no testimony as to loss of mental or physical faculties, and no indication that it was at a 0.08 or higher at the time he was driving. So I'd ask for a directed verdict at this time as the state has failed to meet its burden.
Your Honor, I'll try and go in order here. The facts clearly show that it was a motor vehicle, maybe simply because I didn't ask for a conclusory statement from the witness, but demonstrated that the defendant was in fact driving a motor vehicle by the facts that were given. The officer testified that the defendant was the driver of the vehicle. There was no one else in the vehicle. That he witnessed the vehicle the entire time from when he first went into the vehicle.
Yeah, stop. I disagree. I think that there's enough to go forward. You know, I do. I think they testified to it that, you know, we asked them the ultimate question. So, I mean, I think that there's enough to go forward.
But my understanding, Judge, is that the state has to meet each and every one of their elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One of the elements is a motor vehicle, and that was not established beyond a reasonable doubt at all.
He testified that he pulled him over.
Correct, Judge, but it could have been a go-kart, it could have been anything.
He's on video in a car.
Your Honor, the state still has
Okay,
to
no.
establish.
I disagree. I think that they've met it. Let's go for it.
We take a plea, Your Honor.
No, I've got a jury coming in. Give me 5 minutes.
I get.
No, and then.
All right, so the jury.
Now, and then we'll do the charges.
Okay.
I'm gonna like invest and. All right, everybody, please be seated. Okay, so you have rested. Defense, do you have any witnesses?
We do not have any witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay, so defense rests. Okay, so now we have some business matters to attend to prior to closing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna feed you guys now. I know that you're probably pretty hungry, so I have lunch for you now. We're gonna try to, like I said, be as efficient as possible. So eat. I'm gonna bring you back probably 15 minutes, you know, so we can just get started and keep moving, okay? We're close though, all right? Please.
All right, so the jury.
Okay, friends, so let's talk here a second. So this has been just short of a 5-hour stream now. We can play this a couple of different ways. But as those of you who watch me regularly know, this isn't the only thing that supports us here at the Courtroom Files Bunker. So there are other matters that I tend to every day as well. So, option number 1, we can continue with this, continue to follow it. But I can virtually guarantee that I won't do a live show tomorrow because I'll have to tend to other matters and then we pick back up Friday. Or we could leave it here and I'll continue to record this, and tomorrow during the live stream we can hear the closing argument and then fast forward to their verdict and find out what happened there. I'm comfortable with either. The advantage of the second option is you'll get more time live watching more court. You know, and as well, we have seen the whole trial now. We just don't know what the closing argument and verdict is. So if you want me to stick with this, put a 1 in the chat. If you like the idea of we'll just leave it here and then we'll listen to closing arguments and get the verdict during tomorrow's live, put a 2 in the chat. I'll give you a couple of minutes to make your choice, and then we'll move forward.
All right, Mike.
Yes, right. Miss R.C. Davis.
You're probably hungry too.
I know, I'm not done. I got the family corner.
How do you do it?
Thank you so very much for being patient. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming back here. Okay, so Ms. Davis, I guess you've had all the discussions, decisions, you know what you're doing. We've given you sufficient amount of time. You've now accepting this agreement where they've charged you with assault. You are pleading guilty to this offense. It's going to go on your record. It will be there for the rest of your life. You can never take it off. Like I said, from now on, you pick up any cases, you're likely to be looking at a minimum of 90 days in jail. You understand? You're giving up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you're not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. So once you accept this agreement, there's no turning back. Is this what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to the offense of assault?
We'll see, sir.
I'm going to find you guilty. I'm going to sentence you to 3 days in jail, give you credit for the 1 day that you've done. I'm going to roll your court costs so you won't owe anything, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the wisdom of the crowd has spoken. We'll go ahead and go with option number 2. I always capture Fleischer's stream except for when the power goes out, like yesterday. But even then, I'm still working on trying to make that work. But yeah, what we'll do then is I'll piece together the closing arguments and then the verdict, and then we'll have that for tomorrow, and we'll play that at some point during tomorrow's live. But you know, it's been 5 hours now. We all have lives, so we should probably tend to other things too. I have never seen a DWI drag on quite this long when there's like no, you know, bodily injury type of thing. I mean, if there was an injury or property damage or something, I could see it, but I don't know how I feel on this one, to be honest. I almost think that I would have opted for a guilty verdict here, except for the fact that this was almost information overload for the jury. I think it was too much. So we'll see how it comes out tomorrow, I suppose. But we will be back then tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Those of you who stuck with us all the way, surely appreciate that. I hope you had fun. I did. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.